I should have brought a tie. Anyway.
Shannon, does she normally is she normally on at 7:30 or a little bit later since we don't need her till
Usually
8?
comes a little bit later.
Okay. So we can we start without her?
So YouTube is ready.
YouTube's ready. All right, everyone's on. All right, so I'm calling to order the Narragansett Town Council regular meeting, February 1st, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
One nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with
Liberty,
justice for all.
all.
Amen.
All right. So we are going to start with the disclosure of executive session votes. We had an executive session tonight at 6 p.m. There was a vote to reject a settlement offer related to Jenkins versus Narragansett. The motion was approved 3-0 with 2 abstentions. Next, we have the approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the January 19th, 2021 regular meeting minutes?
I'll make that motion.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Deb. All in favor, starting with Susan. Susan, you're muted right now.
Sorry, Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
And Eva.
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb.
Deb Kopic, aye.
And Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next, we have a couple announcements. We're going to start with the overview. And actually, Jim, if you have a preference for order of this, feel free. But we have an overview of the drinking water quality in town, as well as an announcement on COVID-19 vaccine distribution.
What's your pleasure? It doesn't matter to me.
Why don't we start with the COVID
Okay.
distribution?
Good evening, everyone. I would like to start off with a brief summary of the COVID-19 vaccination program that was rolled out by Rhode Island Department of Health last week for ages 75 and plus. We fielded hundreds of phone calls and emails on this, and we posted some information on the website, and I'm just going to give you a little briefing on it. Rhode Island Department of Health, on very short notice, assigned 80 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine to be distributed to Narragansett residents that are ages 75 and plus. Additionally, RIDO, those who are desiring the vaccination, they weren't going to be able to register themselves in the portal. RIDO left that to the municipalities to navigate with little guidance. First, we had to identify on the fly how many eligible people live in the town. RIDO suggested to municipalities that we use existing databases, senior center, registered voters, housing authority. We posted the registration process on the town's website. Once it was posted that morning, we were inundated with hundreds of calls and emails. At one point, one of the staffers who was making the calls had over 300 voicemails. The list was forwarded as the names came in. They were forwarded over to the Emergency Management Agency, led by Chief Partington. He and his crew did a great job where they would place calls to the parties, keeping in mind we only had 80 vaccines. They contacted them, and what they would do is they had to speak to these individuals and then also ask them some health sensitive questions. It was a very time consuming process, as there were individual challenges in dealing with the selected targeted population for these vaccines. Chief Partington and his crew did manage to get 80 eligible persons to fill the vacancies on Sunday and Wednesday. All the other people who called and emailed, we have them into a data spreadsheet, and we'll be rolling out in a few minutes what the new process is going to be. Patty Rosa, Karen Flint, and Dorian Boardman were at Town Hall over the weekend in the community center working on the project with myself, and Chief Partington was at the pod and also working on the project over the weekend. RIDO's informed us that they're going to expect to send us an additional 110 doses the week of February 14th, and the same in each following week. Of course, it's subject to change. We have 2,000 residents roughly that are 75 plus that live in town, and the system that RIDO dumped on the municipalities, not just Narragansett, across the state, was not ideal. We are going to change some of that process going forward. With that said, everyone who did call that I spoke to was polite, appreciative, and like us, a bit frustrated. I'd like to applaud the efforts of our staff that made this happen. We were faced with two choices when we were told late in the week how this was going to go. We do nothing, which was not an option, or we do the best under the circumstances, and the circumstances weren't that great, but we had to do it fast. And in the end, the Emergency Management Agency, with the work of its crew, in the end, they managed to do get the number of doses out for the vaccinations. This afternoon, we had a phone call with the cities and towns and Lieutenant Governor's office and RIDO regarding this. It was a lengthy call. It was well over an hour. And going forward, we will be doing it a different way here in Narragansett. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Partington in a minute. But also, they've asked me to serve on the transition COVID-19 advisory team put together by incoming Governor McKee. And I've accepted it. I think it's good for the town. And if we can find better strategies to fight this and do the operational things in a more efficient way, I think it's a good opportunity. And now I'd like to turn it over to Chief Partington, who's going to give you a brief summary on how this will go moving forward as the new vaccines arrive. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Good evening to you all. Good evening, Council. I just want to start out by first saying that this is it's been quite a process putting all this together. It's been 5 regional pod areas that have coordinating these efforts. The Southern Regional Pod has been made up of 8 municipal partnerships between several towns throughout our community. All of them have been great to work with. They're a terrific group of partners. So it really couldn't have gone as well as it has without their help. And all of them have been running into similar problems and issues that we've occurred, as Jim has pointed out. So the main issue that we're having right now is actually getting people registered for the vaccine. And there are limited amounts of vaccine that are available. Like Jim said, there were just 80 doses. Going forward, there will be at least 110 beginning every week, the week of February 14th. So the process of contacting those people to get registered has been difficult. So what we did was we used the voter registration roll. We took that data information and we formulated a list going forward initially. We registered as many people as we could. Just to register those 80 doses that we had took over a day and a half to do so. Registering each one takes about 20 minutes on average to answer the questionnaires that are involved with the registration process. So what we need to do is be able to create a better mechanism for collecting that data, the contact information, particularly those in that 75 plus population. We're looking to use the Code Red notification. It's a townwide alert notification system where it's a great system. People all residents can go and sign up for that and be alerted to information. This population in particular, it can be challenging to get a hold of. We realize that many of them don't have email addresses. Most do. Most will have a phone number of some sort or a contact primary number. So we're encouraging the residents to go on to the Code Red system, set up a managed account. It would require an email address, a phone number. If they don't have their own email address, they're welcome to put in a family member's email address. A family member can sign them up, create the manage account, and go to the section where it says additional notifications for their appropriate age category or group in which we're trying to contact. We've set up additional sites throughout town going forward. Beginning really today, we started that. We'll be utilizing in-person opportunities for people to come in at the Narragansett Community Center, the town hall, as well as the library and the parish office at the St. Thomas More Church on Rockland Street. They've offered up their assistance. So if they do need in-person assistance signing up, we'll certainly provide that for them. We'll put them into Code Red and we'll have an accurate database in which to be able to contact them. As vaccine rolls out, we're allocated so much each week. We will fill the slots. We will contact these individuals. We will put out notification of where they can register and how they can register. They'll be able to receive their own personal link to click on and go to and register for their information. We realize that some of them will still be challenged in that area. So again, we'll offer assistance to help get them registered, but we're hoping by doing this, it will alleviate some of the congestion that's occurred by trying to get this population registered. It's very time consuming. So that's it basically in a nutshell. So we are encouraging everyone to utilize the town website, click on the Code Red link, register for Code Red. Currently, we've had several hundred already register on Code Red. So it's working. Those people who had previously contacted us through Town Hall, their information will be taken, utilized, and it'll be uploaded into Code Red in the appropriate contact fields in Code Red. So those who have already contacted Town Hall, they don't need to go into Code Red necessarily and register in the system. They can update their information if they like, or they can have somebody else, but we have the basic information we need to be able to get a hold of them.
Scott, could I ask a question?
Sure.
So the shut-ins for 75 and above, if they can't, because obviously we don't want them maybe to go out, if they can't get to those locations for assistance, say they can't get to St. Thomas More, they can't go to the town hall, how is there a backup plan to better assist those residents that are 75 years and older that really can't come out?
Yeah, if they can't come out, they can certainly give us a call. Karen over at the community center will receive calls there. We just want to be able to not be inundated by the phone calls. We understand everybody likes to pick up a phone and call and get something accomplished, but Patty has had hundreds of phone calls that she's had to deal with. She's still getting to some of them. So we want to be able to just alleviate some of that phone congestion, get people to do it on their own. Again, their family members can help them, assist them, a neighbor can help them. If they can get out to do it, great. If they can't, by all means, they can call the community center, and we will certainly provide as much assistance as needed to get them registered.
Thank you, and thank you for you and all the staff that has worked on this. Excellent. Thank you.
And I just want to add a couple of things. Again, I think it's important to recognize a few people who have helped out during this process. We have terrific partners in here. A couple in particular have helped out. That's Linda Carver, who has been our meds pod pharmacist, lead pharmacist for, gosh, I think over 20 years since I first started doing this. I don't know why she's still with us. I thought maybe I'd run her off already. I think there are a few of you who know her and have been familiar with her and her family. They're just terrific people. I would just like to recognize her for all her efforts and her contributions that she's done and help with her recruitment of all the pharmacists that have come in to help, not only just running the pharmacy, drawing up the medication, but also administering the vaccines as well. So it's been a tremendous help and outpouring from a lot of these people, and we really do owe them a great deal of gratitude. So I just want to thank Linda, and I think she's on with us today or tonight. So thank you, Linda, for all your work. I don't know if Dan can even maybe bring up a small little video of her. Dan, if you could locate her and just acknowledge her, I'd really appreciate that.
And just bring her as a panelist. Should be in here in a second.
Linda doesn't like to get on camera so much sometimes. We give her a radio at the pod. She doesn't like to get on the portable radio, but I'll tell you, she's a wonderful pharmacist and has been a great asset to us for many years now with this Meds Pod program. So Linda, thank you. Thank you for your work and all your knowledge. I'll hope to see you at the pod on Wednesday morning.
I'll be there.
Thank you, Linda.
No problem.
Thank you, Linda.
You got to thank Chief for all those guys.
Thanks, Linda.
We've got a good team, but he's heading it. So we'd be lost without him.
So I'll just leave you with this. As soon as vaccine becomes available, we will roll out that information on how people will be able to register for that vaccine. Sign up for Code Red. It's very important for us to capture that data, put you into the appropriate community groups, so you'll be notified of where to register.
Chief, thank you very much. And just one other thing I want to tell the people who are at home. If you have any questions, go to the town website on the COVID tab. There's a press release detailing some of the information that I talked about and that Chief Partington just talked about. And if you need an answer and you're still a little confused, you can contact my office. You can call me or send me an email. I remind people, Facebook is not a town department. So instead of questioning on Facebook, just call me, ask me, and we'll get that information to you. But each municipality is facing similar challenges on this, and we are making our case known to the governor's office, and we will continue to do so. And hopefully the process will get a little smoother as time goes on. Thank you.
Jim.
Thanks, Jim,
Jim.
Scott. Yeah, and I just want to second that as well. I know that, over the weekend, there were a lot of inquiries, a lot of posts on social media. And I know that Jim, Patty, his assistant, Scott, and a bunch of volunteers have been working through the weekend, overtime, consistently to do the best with this. So thank you guys. All right. So next we have the overview of the drinking water quality here in town. And I know this is going to be a short presentation from Jim and then our town engineer, John. So Jim, do you want to start it off?
There's really not much from my side right now. I spoke with John. We discussed what the council wanted to be briefed on, and John has put a nice presentation together just to fill the public in and the council, because there've been a few inquiries about it. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information and the update on the water quality to the town. Dan, if you could get the slides up, I have some PowerPoint slides that will help in the presentation. Okay. All right. First screen is just a simple overview here. Town water system, just so everybody has a refresher on where we're at. Just the total number of services in each area. We've got the north end has Suez Water supplies part of the north end, and Kingstown Water supplies part of the north end for us. There's a total of 1,037 services in Suez, and 1,020 are residential. And North Kingstown is 843 total services, and out of that, 801 are residential services. The Point Judas system, where it gets all its water from Suez RI, has total number of services of 33,488, and of that, residential services are 3,360. The bottom there is Suez. That's their own. That's the private Suez private water company. Put that in there because they serve a good portion of the town as well. They have a total of 3,612 services in Narragansett, and of that, 3,328 are residential. So out of those numbers, about 90 to 95% of the town is residential services on the water system. Just to note there that at the bottom, the town, we don't produce any water. We purchase it all from either Suez or North Kingstown. And because of that, we're considered a consecutive water system because we don't produce any water, but we purchase it from from other suppliers. And again, we have the north end is separated by Suez and North Kingstown, and the south end is all from Suez. The next slide is, Dan, please, is just another little portion of the water system area and an overview just to refresh people. Basically, these maps are a little tough to see because they're supposed to be up on a wall in the office. But for more or less, the blue areas are the town water systems, and the red areas are Suez. And in the north end, we have the town areas obviously pay the town for their water, and the red areas are Suez customers, and they pay Suez for their water. In the north end also, we're separated into two systems between the areas that are supplied by the two different water sources are separated, and we don't mix the water there based on location. So in the north end, essentially north of Bridgetown Road and west of Boston Neck is the North Kingstown area. South of Bridgetown Road and west of Boston Neck Road down to Connecticut and Metatuxet is where Suez supplies the water. And then Point Judith system is generally west of Point Judith Road and south from Westmoreland Street to Point Judith, Galilee, and Jerusalem, plus east of Point Judith Road from Angel Road south is the Point Judith area of our system. And then basically the rest of town is Suez, which is URI Bay Campus, Bonnet Shore, and all areas south of West Bay Drive to South Pier Road, and generally the west side of Point Judith Road from South Pier down to Angel Road. And that's just a brief summary on the whole water system itself. Next slide, please, Dan. Okay, on the disinfection and disinfection byproducts, just to summarize where we stand and what we're looking at with those conditions. Bacteria contamination in the water supply is an acute, which is immediately dangerous health risk. We sample the water supply weekly to confirm there's no coliform bacteria present in the water supply because of that. And if there is a detection of coliform bacteria detected in the water supply, like the boil water event in September, there's a public notification issued immediately because of that, within 24 hours of that event. So, and that's because the water might not be safe to drink. Rhode Island Department of Health, RIDOH requires Suez and the town to disinfect the water to prevent bacteria contamination. Chlorine is used as our disinfectant treatment chemical. One of the things to note is higher temperatures increase the potential for bacteria occurrence and the amount of chlorine required for disinfection, for adequate disinfection. Chlorine reacts with the natural organic materials, which are carbon and hydrogen compounds in the water, to form disinfection byproducts, including volatile organic compounds called trihalomethanes, total trihalomethanes. The health risks for total trihalomethanes in the water supply are associated with long-term or lifetime exposures. We sample the water supply for TTHM quarterly, and water age and higher temperatures affect the formation of TTHM as well. Suez applies chlorine to the treatment plants, and we add chlorine where we receive water from them. So the water is actually getting a second dose when it comes into our system. The TTHM reporting samples are collected at locations far away from the point that the water enters the system, so that it's monitoring a representation of the worst case conditions for the system. Rhode Island Department of Health drinking water regulations for disinfection and disinfection byproducts have to balance the acute risk of the bacteria exposure and the long-term risk of the TTHM exposure. The TTHM levels in the town's water supply are not an acute risk, and the town's water supply is safe to drink. TTHM occurs in the water supply, whether above or below the regulatory threshold, because of the chlorination disinfection process that we employ. The drinking water regulations do not require TTHM to be absent, but they do require us to monitor to make sure that we are keeping a safe water supply and moving forward. Next slide, please, Dan. So on to the corrective action, because needless to say, we've had difficulties trying to maintain and meet the regulatory limitations. The RIDH regulations identify improved distribution system and storage tank management to reduce resident time as the best available means for consecutive systems to achieve TTHM compliance. The following corrective action has been incorporated into the town's water system operations. Water storage tank management. We installed a mixing system in Point Judith in May 2020. The mixing systems were already in place at Kinney Ave and North Ave tanks. Storage tank operating levels are adjusted to reduce water age and promote turnover as the system conditions will allow for. Distribution system management, water systems, we flush regularly on a spring and fall basis. Most recently, we did it in November. Storage tank management, storage tanks are cleaned and inspected regularly on a 5-year schedule, and we cleaned and inspected them most recently in December of 2019. Distribution management, chlorine levels are monitored, and disinfection system dosing rates are adjusted to minimize the amount used to maintain adequate disinfection. And source water considerations, we keep in touch and maintain a dialogue with Suez to make sure we're coordinate with their activities, and our action is all coordinated to source water conditions and any treatment practices or improvements they may be in place. To add to this information here, the Point Judith system presents several difficulties with respect to TTH information and improving storage and distribution operations. There are long dead-end pipe runs that restrict water circulation and are prone to stagnation and high water age, especially during reduced demand. Looping is limited in the system due to the configuration of existing development and environmental constraints like wetlands where we can't put new pipes through and things like that. We have higher demand for water and lower age in the summer months, but more chlorine is needed due to higher bacteria potential. Water tank levels must be kept high enough to maintain adequate system pressure at all times and volume for adequate fire supply. The volume of water exchanged at Point Judith tank in each fill and withdrawal cycle is reduced at higher tank operating levels due to the geometry of the storage tank. And the overall water exchange is not balanced between both tanks if the levels are up. Basically, the tank gets smaller as the higher it goes, so there's less water moving in and out of it. In the north end, water distribution and exchange can be difficult because the storage tank is not centrally located in the system. It's at the far end of the system from where we get the water from Suez, and the Suez feed is a small 6-inch diameter pipe, and there are larger pipes throughout the system. Next slide, please, Sam. Or next, Dan.
John, we're gonna have to go to our public hearing at 8 o'clock, so that's in a minute.
We can wait for that. I've got a couple more slides that goes to corrective action, and then we can break and I can come back then.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You want me to just roll till 8 then, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a minute basically if you want to roll for the next minute.
Okay. Well, like I said, the next slide here is go to, did we skip one? We should be on corrective action, right? No, next slide then is current status.
So John, why don't we take a break
Yeah,
here? And then we'll come back to you, and then we might have a few follow-up questions. But thank you so far. Great.
Thank you.
All right. Janet, do we have Diane on?
Hi, it's Lisa. I'm all set.
All right, sounds good. Lisa, when we do these public hearings, do you prefer to have the town solicitor swear in the public for comment, for testimony, or is that something that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, so we have, it's 8 o'clock. We have a motion to open and hold a public hearing on the application of NRI Ventures LLC, doing business as RI Social, for a new Class B victualler alcoholic beverage license at Assessor's Plat P, Lot 289-5, 140 Point Judith Road, Unit 5, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Eva. All right, so the public hearing is open. Do we have the applicant present? That would be Mr. O'Connor. Let's see if we have any hands up.
Just Gerald. Oh, there's Michael O'Connor.
All right, if you could promote him into a panelist, that'd be great. Oh, it looks like we have James Callahan. He may be the legal representation. Can we go to James?
Yep, just brought him in too.
Okay. Mr. Callahan, are you there?
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. How are you? Hope you're all doing well and staying safe.
Great, thank you. You too.
I think Mr. O'Connor is on the line. I don't see his video up yet, though.
I'm here. I don't know why my video is not up.
All right, Mr. Callahan, do you want to go ahead and start?
Sure.
Okay, great.
Thanks very much. James Callahan, Callahan and Callahan, 3 Brown Street in Wickford. Here tonight representing NRI Ventures, doing business as Rhode Island Social. It's located at 140 Point Judith Road, Unit A, I believe, Plat P, Lot 289-5. Mr. O'Connor is the principal. He's here tonight to present a proposal for the location. You probably all know it. It's in Mariner Square, behind the hair studio, I think. And it's been out of business for some period of time. Mr. O'Connor owns the property and he's seeking to start up a new restaurant and alcoholic service beverage location. And if it's possible, I'd like to have Mr. O'Connor sworn in so he can answer a few questions, if that's okay with the council.
Sounds great.
Mr. O'Connor, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your address for the record, please?
Michael P. O'Connor, OCONNOR, 650 Point Judith Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Connor, good evening. How are you?
Good.
Mr. O'Connor, you're the principal in charge of NRI Ventures here in Narragansett.
Yes, I am.
And you're seeking a Class BV liquor license?
Yes.
And the BV stands for Class B victualler, which is a liquor license along with some food service, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you're seeking to open up a new bar or restaurant called RI Social?
That is correct.
And what is the location?
The location's in Mariner Square, kind of like you described, not directly behind Robert Anthony's, but a couple of doors down.
And do you own other property or run other establishments in Mariner Square already?
I'm sorry, say that again, James.
Already operate other businesses in Mariner Square already?
Yeah, I own Mariner Grill and I also own the building there.
Okay. And in preparation for this meeting, you met with the town clerk and submitted an application?
Didn't actually meet with them because of pandemic, but we've been communicating back and forth over I guess the portal.
Okay.
And we've had direct conversation on the phone.
Of course. And you've paid the $25 fee?
Yes, we did.
And you've submitted a site plan or drawing of the proposed layout, including beverage service areas, correct?
We did.
And your proposal also includes some outdoor dining as part of the COVID situation to allow for the Take It Outside initiative?
Yes, that is correct. We're looking to continue what's in front and also in the back.
Okay.
As you know, until such time we can bring it inside.
And you provided notice to all abutters within 200 feet of the premises?
We did.
You provided all of those return receipts to the town clerk?
Yes, we did.
And also the town clerk, as far as you know, did advertise this for 2 weeks prior to tonight's hearing?
That is correct. I believe we have, yes, that's correct. Sorry.
And do you believe this new establishment will be a nice addition to both Mariner Square and the town?
Yes, I do.
And can you briefly describe what kind of establishment you expect at this location?
Based on our menu, we're looking to open a restaurant that offers like small bites for customers and not sit down for a full dinner menu. All of our food will be baked to order and made from scratch by hand. I think it will work great with the other restaurants in the area and will be a good fit within Mariner Square itself.
And it's something sort of new to the town. There's no other restaurant like this in town, as far as you know, correct?
Not that I believe. I mean, the menu itself is very different.
Okay. And is there adequate parking on site for this location?
I believe so. I mean, it's been a restaurant in this location for well over 15 years. Okay. So we're not adding anything additional. We're not increasing our capacity from anything that's been in the past.
So you don't expect any increase or impact on traffic circulation in Mariner Square?
Not at all.
Okay. And again, this will not have any impact on public and municipal services more than already have been in the past 15 years?
Nope, should not.
Okay. And can you give the council again an overview of the proposal for the restaurant menu, as well as what kind of drinks, beers that you be serving?
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, our menu, it's they'll have the traditional soups and salads. We're going to focus really on craft food that'll be baked to order from scratch. We provide a variety of like pretzels, like cinnamon, sugar, sweet almond pretzels, stuffed pretzels. And then we'll also have handcraft sandwiches like melts. Different melts, not something that you would normally see at a regular restaurant.
And how long have you operated Mariner Grill?
Oh, geez, I think we're going on 14 years.
And do you expect or anticipate that this establishment itself will have any effect on neighborhood real estate values?
I don't see why it would.
Okay. And as part of the application, you had a BCI check with the Attorney General?
I did.
And that came back clean?
I haven't heard anything, so I'm assuming so.
That's good. And there's been no issues with police or services needed for Mariner Grill while in your operation, has there?
Nope, not to my knowledge.
And you'll run this proposed operation in a similar fashion, I assume?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you've also applied for a wastewater grit, oil, and grease trap permit?
Yeah, there's an existing one there now, so yes.
And this is one of the questions on the application. You are a citizen of Rhode Island. Is that fair to say?
Born and raised.
And you are the only corporate stockholder that makes up NRI Ventures?
I am.
And do you feel this establishment will be a good addition to the choices within Mariner Square and the town of Narragansett?
I do. I think it's a great fit in the square because we have a few restaurants in there. So I think it kind of fits in well.
And you're willing to go forward with the proposal in the midst of this health crisis. You're willing to invest money, time, and effort into this proposal despite what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we got to get things going. I think this summer, hopefully things will start to get better. In the meantime, we're going to take full advantage of outside dining. And we hope to continue it through the summer also.
Right. And you're asking the town council to approve this liquor license request?
Yes, please.
And anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think we've covered. Looking forward to get started with the new project.
Great. No further questions, Mr. President, and I think Mr. O'Connor would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. So before we go to and thank you, Mr. O'Connor, as well. Before we go to the public, are there any council members that have questions for the applicant?
Oh, I just have one. So hi, Mike. Obviously, I'm in full support of your new business. I wish you the best. I see that the capacity is 90, and I know that you had mentioned the take it outside. is the plan that you can, during COVID, they would be outside, but once, you know, all the things change that, then they would be inside? Because as far as like entertainment or music, I just had a question around that.
Yeah, we're not really looking to do entertainment right away. I mean, obviously, because of capacity inside, we're gonna follow all the, you know, the CDC and state guidances, which is a limited amount of indoor usage, as we do in Mariner. You know, we plan on fully partitioning with plexiglass in between tables as we have next door. And then, you know, do the outside dining to kind of make that up. I would definitely like to be permanently outside as much as possible, because in the summertime, we have a lot of people that want to sit outside.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? Okay, I do have a couple quick ones. It might be on here. I don't see it, but what is the estimated date of opening?
We're looking to open mid to end March, no later than April 1st.
Great. All right, and then just a follow-up. I just want to make sure I'm totally clear. Follow up on Susan's question. You are not looking to do outdoor entertainment though, right? Just outdoor seating?
Yeah, outdoor seating, yeah.
Seating, okay, great. All right, that sounds good. All right, so why don't we see who we have from the public? I know there's one hand up that may have been up from earlier, but Dan, can we go ahead and see if Gerald has a question or any
Absolutely.
thoughts? Thanks.
I think I'm good, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello, would you please state your full name for the record, along with spelling your last name and stating-
Yes. Yep. And he said the water was safe to drink. I'm going to remind them that
Gerald, this is a public hearing for a
Michigan's
liquor license.
HM was part of that.
Gerald, this
And
is a
somebody
public hearing
almost went to
for the
jail in
liquor
Fleetwood,
license.
Michigan.
We're gonna do, we will have open forum if you're interested in speaking then.
Yeah, but TTHM was in
All right.
the, in the
Yeah,
water.
I don't think he can hear you.
All right, I'm gonna,
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Gary must be on mute.
All right. Dan, is there anyone else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you. All right, so thank you, Mr. Callahan and Mr. O'Connor. Appreciate your time. Is there before we close the public hearing, before we take a vote to approve or deny the license, are there any other questions or comments from the council?
Nope.
Nope. All right. Is there a motion to approve or deny? Is there a motion to approve the
I'll make a motion
the
to
license
approve.
application subject to state and local regulations?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Bessie Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Congratulations and good luck as well.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
Thank you, very much appreciated.
Have a good night.
You too. Have a good night.
All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll move the motion to
Second.
close the public hearing.
All right. Second by Deb. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Bessie Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Public hearing closed. Next, we have a motion to open and hold a public hearing on a proposed ordinance providing that Chapter 1075 of the Code of Ordinances be amended by the enactment of an amendment to the budget for the town of Narragansett fiscal year beginning the first day of July 2020, ending the 30th day of June 2021, and to receive and place on file a petition requesting a public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All right. So this is a result of a petition.
Do we have
Requesting,
to finish the vote, Jesse, and open it? Oh, no. Do we don't have to? Okay.
yeah, well, it's open, right?
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Just want to make sure it's done correctly. You know, I don't want to make any mistakes.
I gotcha. I think we're in good shape. So this is, again, a result of the transfer of the 441,000 from the general fund to the library budget. And we have received the request for a public hearing. So before we go to public comment, I know that Chris Spagnoli is on. Chris, is there anything, you know, kind of a quick summary of this process, why this is being done as a budget, you know, as an ordinance, as opposed to any other type of motion?
We just, according to our, ordinance, we have to go through the council to change the budget. So we're changing the amount of the budget.
Mhm.
We're not taking from one expense and moving it to another. We're actually changing the amount of the budget. So it has to go through town council approval.
Right, and this is money that's coming from our general fund.
This is coming from the unassigned fund balance. Yes.
Right.
Fund. Yep.
Okay, great. So there's no, there's no applicant or anything like that. This is just a general public hearing. So before we go to the public, we're just going to go around to see if any council members have anything they'd like to say. Susan, any comments?
All set.
All right. Eva? All set. Deb?
I'm all set.
All right. Patrick?
I'm all set. We've been over this ground a couple times here. Thank you.
Right. All right. Same here. So why don't we go to the public? Dan, who do we have first?
Unfortunately, this is Caleb Sekel. I work for Dan in the IT department. He just lost power. It's not in the meeting currently. I can take over for him if somebody's willing to make me a co-host.
Sounds good. Step it up to the prime time.
It's like Conan O'Brien joining us.
See it? It's tough.
Caleb, you got this. You're good.
You should be the co-host.
Okay, all set.
All right, Caleb, thank you. So we'll just go in order, top to bottom.
Okay, we have Paul Zonfillo.
Paul, would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and state your address, please?
Hi, Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle in Narragansett. Last name is spelled Zonfrillo.
Paul, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I have a few numbers I want to throw up. So, Caleb, if you don't mind, could you just promote me to the panel so I can share my screen, please?
One second.
Okay, can you hear me?
So, Mark, we don't typically do like PowerPoint presentations from the public, right?
No.
It would be at the discretion of you, Jesse, and the town council.
All right, we're not going to do screen sharing from the public. So why don't we, Caleb, we can go back to the normal view. Paul, you could go ahead and go through it verbally, but we're not going to get into the screen presentations.
I have 2 slides that just show numbers on the screen.
I know, I just can't because then we'd have to do it for everybody. And
Well, why not? I mean, this is
because we wouldn't do it at a regular meeting, so we're not going to do it now. But you could go through it and outline it. We're just not going to do the screen share.
Jesse, I really have to object. This is freedom of expression, right? It's just a few numbers on the screen. There's no reason I have a certain amount of time. There's no reason that I don't understand why I can't just flash up a couple numbers here.
Because if this was a town council meeting at the public physical chambers, we wouldn't be doing
But it's
PowerPoint.
not. It's not.
Well,
There's no
All right,
technology.
if you'd like to go ahead, you can. But we're not doing PowerPoints.
Well, that's disappointing.
Council President, correct me if I'm wrong, but this presentation hasn't been vetted by you or the town solicitor. This could be anything he's gonna put up on the screen, so.
Well, Patrick, anybody can say anything at a meeting too. So come on, don't give me that. That's a bunch of baloney.
Well,
that's a bunch of baloney. People have dropped F-bombs on these meetings before.
Gee, who could have done that? I can't imagine.
Yeah, I know. So that's not safe, right? So that's very disappointing. But okay. So the library is requesting $441,000. Now, I asked the finance director on an APRA request. I asked her for the numbers that were spent year to date and the budget allocation. And what I found out was that the budget allocation for 2020 and 2021 was $780,313. Year to date, the library has spent $498,486. That means that the money in the budget allocation is $281,827. So if you look at the funds that are needed to finish out this year, the total funds needed to finish out the year are $380,028. So if you take the money left from the budget allocation, you subtract, take the $380,028 and you subtract $281,000. That means that there's a shortfall in 2021 of $98,201. So the library is asking for 4 times the amount needed to finish off this budget year. 4 times the amount needed without any accountability for how that's going to be spent. If we look at that 2021 shortfall of $98,201, there is $66,000 of building maintenance on this building that hasn't been touched in the budget. So as the finance director Spagnoli said, she talked about changing the budget is something you need to do by ordinance, but you can reallocate budget. If what you just said, if I understood what you just said correctly. So you could take that $66,000 and allocate it from the building maintenance and reallocate it towards operations. And that leaves a balance of that leaves a deficit of $23,201. Now the library has been given $500,000 in operational grant of $500,000. So if you took $23,000 out of that, the remaining endowment balance for operations would be $476,799. So where is this money going? And these are the questions that I have, right? You can't just say last council bad. They were actually pretty good at pegging how much money the library needed. There's consequences for what you're going to do. It's going to drop the fund balance. There's no transparency from the library. They haven't told us what the money's going to be used for at all. Just some vague thing about making Olis happy. If there are certain programs that we need to put in place, if there are certain things, then let them come back to the council and say, we need to hire this person, we need this program, we need that program. It's going to cost $300,000. Can't just come to the council. I mean, what does it say to the other department heads when they're at budget time and say the chief wants something? You guys are going to question him. I've seen it. You guys question really tiny expenses, buying a car, this and that. I mean, is that going to set a precedent for the other department heads that they just ask for something, they don't justify it? Of course not. And it shouldn't, right? Everybody has to justify. There's a fund balance at the library. They have cash in their account. We don't have any transparency into the actual assets of the library. So we don't know how much more money that they have. That $500,000 fund, that's not reflected in any documents anywhere. So I would suggest, obviously, I got my numbers from the finance director. I'm shocked that this passed on a first vote without any of these questions being asked and answered by the library board of trustees. And it seems like, it seems like there should at least be a little bit of curiosity of what the money's going to go for, what the run rates are, and none of that happened. So again, it would be a lot easier to see if I could show you my screen. But, they're asking for this huge transfer of money. It lowers our fund balance. It puts an interest rate higher. And it's really a shocking practice to just say, hey, hand us 400 grand, no questions asked. That's all I have to say. Richard, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, I'm prepared to speak on the entire library issue.
At open forum?
At open forum,
okay.
yeah.
That's fine. I have Richard Vandermish with me on phone. I'm trying to get him access because he doesn't have a computer. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. All right. I don't know if Richard's there or not, but why don't we go to the next person in the list?
The next person is Catherine Celeberto.
Great. And if Richard does want to speak, Paul, just put your hand up again and we'll call you again for Richard.
Well,
Catherine, would you please state
not
your
time yet,
name?
Richard. They're still doing the library. They're still
Catherine
doing
Celeberto, Celeberto, 48 Earls Court.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have some questions about the amount that's going to be transferred. I would like to know, is this the total amount they need to finish out the year, or is it just the 441,000 that was taken from their budget last year? I hope maybe they didn't spend the whole, I guess, $841,103, which I think may be what they're held at for a budget. That was the 2017-2018 budget. It appears that that's the budget they're held at. But I do want to say something else. This budget, this library budget, has really ballooned over the past few years. In 2015-16, it was $546,000. In 2016-17, after the bond was passed, it went up to $647,000. In 2017-2018, it went to $841,000. We're talking $300,000 this budget has gone up in the last few years. That said, it is what it is. I just don't want to take more money from the general fund that has to be taken to finish out the year. We need to know the exact figure to finish out the year and then transfer that to them. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, or is Dan back? Caleb, who do we have next?
Sue Amoruso.
Hi, Sue Amoruso, 111 West Bay Drive, AMORUSO.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear
Yep.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I just want to comment that, one of the comments made previously was that what department, gets this kind of money? Well, the library was singled out as the only department that had this kind of a cut, like the budget was cut in half, basically, I believe. So to compare that other departments are going to start asking for all this money isn't really a fair statement. And I think we're missing the point that under state obligation, you need to have level funding. So it's fiscally irresponsible not to level fund the library because you are going to miss out on state reimbursement. That's going to be even more critical with, the old Belmont building becoming the library. And it will allow us to finally be able to take advantage of the Champlain grants, Rhode Island Foundation grants. There's all this money out there that the town of Narragansett for the library has been excluded from. So we need to realize the big picture, and this money needs to be restored to the library fund account instead of nickel and diming this with figures and stuff like that. That's what they needed before, and that's what just for level funding. Never mind, they're not getting all this extra money. So I think it should be restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, who do we have next on the list?
Next up is Dan Barry.
Hello, Dan. Please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide.
Daniel Robert Barry, B-A-R-R-Y, 3 Huckleberry Trail, Saunderstown.
Dan, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. I'm very pleased that the council is recognizing the Murray Family Foundation for their leadership, advice, financial support, and ability to energize an entire community, our town. The Murray Family Foundation's $500,000 challenge grant was extremely successful. The foundation matched dollar for dollar $500,000 from all donors to support the Save Our Library campaign. Library supporters met the challenge. They raised over $500,000, which means that Murray challenge raised over $1 million to support the Save Our Library campaign. The Murray Family Generosity and Challenge also motivated an anonymous donor to give a gift of $500,000. It's a donation that's to help the library create an endowment fund to support future fiscal needs for libraries, many needs. It is not a part of the building process, but it's raised to support the library in the future. Other campaign updates, while the COVID crisis slowed us down a lot, and we didn't have as many face-to-face visits as we would like, we did raise money. We were still raising money. To date, we've raised over $1.6 million towards the campaign. $1.1 million to renovate the new library. The $500,000 I just talked about from the anonymous donor is for an endowment fund. Many thanks has to go to other folks that have helped us get to this point. The Friends of the Narragansett Library, who are the sponsors of the campaign. Without their leadership, many things would not have happened. And we still have many families, individuals, and foundations to ask. We couldn't go to any foundations because of the situation we've been in the last 2 years. We're looking at applying to the Champlain Foundation in June. We're looking at going to Rhode Island Foundation, and there's some other charities from the foundation side that we couldn't do anything until we would move forward, and we will need a floor plan to make that happen. Some of our donors are in Florida. I've been talking to them. They're online to do something in the spring or early spring when they come back. Many of our donors are waiting, want to be safe and are waiting for the vaccine situation to sort itself out. So we're still not up to speed. It's still slowing us down. But the foundation requests, we're going to be back on target to make that happen. We're going to be asking Champlain for a sizable contribution because their top charity is libraries. We're also asking Rhode Island Foundation, and there's a local family foundation that will be asking significant money. Campaign co-chairs Jim and JJ Bennett are very involved and have opened many, many doors and will continue to do so. We've got a good leader team that make this happen. Our goal is to raise $2 million, but I believe we raise at least $2.5 million by the time we open and have our grand opening. There's a lot of work still to be done ahead of time before us. But what you're doing tonight and thanking a family that has helped us out in many ways is tremendous. Thank you for your recognize their worth to our community. Good to see everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barry. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next up is Al Alba.
I too would like to thank the entire council.
Al, excuse
yes.
me. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address, please?
Sure. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. ALBA is the last name.
Al, would you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thanks. Thank you.
So I would like to thank the entire council for recognizing Mr. Murray, and also for the unity that you have in recognizing the library board. I know, you know, they had it difficult at many times, and they were not recognized for their intelligence and their worth in our community. And I would like to thank them all and thank all of you for recognizing them all. It was a tough fight, but I think in unity and in solidarity, it was a victory. And Councilman Patrick Murray will actually have to down the road retabulate some of the funding. It'll even be less taxes than everyone thought would be receiving, probably with the donations. And I'm sure Mr. Stan Rogerhowski will be happy about that, and several others. But I would like to thank all the people who have been so charitable and kind to help the library out. It's been very difficult for them these last couple of years. And I want to thank all of you, because all of you have put everything together. You recognize their level of intelligence, that you give them, you've empowered them for which they should be. And in regards to the balance that they might have or what have you, I have total faith. To me, they're so transparent. You know, in our state, we've all heard about the general fund. Money goes in our general fund in this state, and it disappears. Some agencies, they just have the money, you know, it evaporates. So I just want to thank the library for using their due diligence. They use the money wisely, and I'm sure I have the utmost faith in them that any monies that's entrusted to them is going to be used wisely. So thank you all, and God bless you. Bye now.
Thank you. Caleb, I do want to give Paul's handle another opportunity, because I think he has another speaker on that line.
Okay.
Hey, Richard, do you want to speak?
It's open forum.
No, it's not open. Forum.
No, it's not, Professor. It's this is a public hearing.
On the library.
Okay.
Can I just speak on it generally or to the point?
I'll let you know when it's open forum, Richard. Okay.
Okay, because
All right. Anyone else, Caleb?
There's a few people. I believe Mary has not spoken yet.
All right.
Hello, Mary. Would you please state your full name, spell your last name, and provide your address for the record, please?
Yes, Mary Nadeau, Nadeau, 10 2nd Street, Narragansett.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I went to the budget meetings last year, and originally there was no cut to the library until they got to the final summary. So from my memory, they did not ask for an increase in the budget for the library for 2020-21. They are the only budget that was cut. They were cut drastically, and they were just asking for the same amount year over year. So they would keep their state funding, and that they would have level funding for the state reimbursement. So we have to show support for the library from the town for the new library, for the state reimbursement for the new library build. And they're currently without a children's librarian, and so they are trying to hire someone, and we need to be able to pay them and have good benefits for the person coming in. So I think we should agree with adding the budget back to them. I think it was a travesty that what happened last year, and I think we should restore their budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Caleb, is that it?
There's nobody else.
All right, thank you. All right, so
Jesse, can I just say something about funding the library budget?
yeah, we'll go around and get council comment. So let's do that before we close it out. So we'll start with you, Susan.
Yeah, so there is a statute for the public library construction, and it's really important because in order for us to get the 50% reimbursement from the state of Rhode Island, the town must demonstrate their financial support of the current library. So the library needs to meet that minimum standard. And if the town promises to adequately fund the library, then that's one thing. If we don't, the state will not accept the application for the grant and aid. So we won't be able to get it. So we need to get it back to the level funding to be qualified to be able to build the library. And so it's critically important that this council look at that, refund it, and bring it back up to the level it was, and move on with what the voters voted for twice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna just go around. Eva, any comments?
I'm just happy to move this forward, get it level funded, and put it behind us and move forward with the library, what the voters have wanted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Deb?
I don't have anything to add to that, but I agree with what Susan has said and what Eva has said.
All right, and Patrick?
All set.
All right, sounds good. I'm all set as well. We've talked about this for a few years now. So I think it's time to move forward. All right, with that, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Is there a motion to receive and place on file a petition requesting a public hearing?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any comments? All right. All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And then next we have a motion to reschedule a public hearing on a petition from St. Thomas More Church and St. Veronica Chapel for the partial road abandonment of a portion of Joy Lane. So this is an application that we have rescheduled once and we'll be rescheduling again due to additional research that needs to be done on that property by the applicant. So the date that we're looking at to reschedule would be March 1st at 8 p.m. So that would be during a regular meeting. So is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to reschedule for the 8th. I mean, is it the 1st at 8 o'clock? Is that what you said?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Any second? All right. Any comments? All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Murray, aye.
All right. Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. So that is it for our public hearings. Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate it.
Do we have to close this?
We closed each one we closed the
Yeah. We didn't
right?
close this motion yet.
Well, we were just rescheduling, so we never opened it.
Oh, okay. Thought we did.
Okay, so why don't we will be doing open forum for anyone interested. We're just going to finish up with our presentation on the water quality issue or topic in Narragansett. John, you want to jump back in?
Yep, let me find the mute button there. All right, like I said, I don't know if Caleb, if you have the slides or if Janet, you
Unfortunately,
have
I do
them.
not.
You've got them, Caleb?
I do not.
You don't have them, Janet. Do you have the slides Dan said he sent them to you? I'm gonna see if I can forward them to Caleb real quick.
All right, and as we're waiting, Gerald, I know your hand is up, and we will definitely have an opportunity to speak on this during open forum. So if you hang on, open forum will be after this, so you can speak.
Bear with me a second here. Should have it here somewhere. Why isn't this going?
Caleb, how do I share the screen?
Right at the bottom of the screen, there's a green button. Click that and then select the window that you want to share.
Caleb, you're doing an amazing job on the spot tonight, boy.
I know, Dan, better be worried over there. Watch out.
He just stepped right in.
I just sent it to you, Caleb, too. If it gets one way or the other, we should be able to get it up there.
I did receive it. Give me one moment.
Is it going up there? No.
I have it, Janet.
Okay.
All right, I think we were on down to slide 5. Yeah, did okay with their current status. Only the water system problems were that easy to resolve. Current status of where we're at right now, the regulatory compliance for TTHMs is based on the average of sample results over the last 4 consecutive quarters. It's called a running annual average. The regulatory threshold for disinfectant byproducts is 0.80 milligrams per liter. That's parts per million. The TTHM occurs in the water supply, whether above or below the regulatory threshold. The drinking water regulations do not require there to be 0 TTMs, and that's why there is a threshold there for that component. The highest running annual average we had in Point Judith since we've had our excursions was 0.972 in Q1 2020. That's the average over from April 19 to March 2020. The running annual average has gone down, went down from to 0.0898 in Q2 for 2020 and or Q2, which is the June sample from 2020, July 2019 through June 2020, and 0.832 for Q3 in 2020, October of 19 to September 2020. And that was right after we installed the mixing equipment in the tank in May. We saw the numbers decrease for our quarterly averages because our conditions were improving in the system. In December, unfortunately, the running annual average went up again to 0.086, which is where we're at now, and another notice went out. And that was discouraging to say the least. And again, also we had where the North End system with Suez Water was above with 0.0850. So again, we are 6 1,000ths above the regulatory requirement on the average in Point Judith as of December, and 5 1,000ths above in North End in the The operational improvements to our existing resources are the primary means of consecutive systems and can be accomplished generally without the need for detailed engineering studies and designs or substantial system enhancements. We put various practices into effect and in order to try and make our improvements. The TTHM levels increased generally following a boil water event in the Suez system in September 2018. Point Judith first exceeded the running annual average threshold in Q2 of 2019. That's what the June samples in 2019, which were 3 quarters after the boil water order. The operational corrective action did not restore compliance in subsequent periods, and our next step was to install the mixer in Point Judith in May of 2020. Measured improvement was realized in Q2 and 3 2020, but compliance was not restored due to the high levels experienced previously and levels that are normally higher in summer sampling periods. We expected to restore compliance in Q4 2020, but the December results were uncharacteristically high, even for what we've been going through with this event here as we've been ongoing with it. So that leads us to the next slide. Caleb, please. Moving forward, we're going to continue with our distribution treatment and storage system operations to monitor, adjust, and try and do everything we can from an operational standpoint to reduce TTHM in the system and improve the water quality conditions. But there may be additional measures necessary, needless to say, because we have not achieved compliance. To that end, the town has initiated a water system hydraulic model project that includes evaluating water quality conditions and distribution, storage, and treatment practices in order to develop alternatives and recommendations for additional improvements to reduce TTHMs. Hydraulic model is a complex computer-based tool that simulates the water system to allow operation and performance to be evaluated and predictions made regarding potential changes, modifications, and improvements. The model requires extensive data regarding the system's physical configuration, demands, operating conditions, and chemical reaction rates in order to provide accurate and reliable output. Our consultant must develop the detailed sampling and evaluation plan before the model can be completed, and some of the data collection work is seasonally dependent. So we just awarded the project in December. We've got the contract in place, and we're coordinating with Par Corp and out of Lincoln to prepare the model and start moving forward with the project. But it's not something that's going to happen instantaneously, unfortunately. We've got to get the model built and constructed, data collected, and that process moving forward before we'll see any activity, before we'll be able to move to the next step, which is in the third bullet there, which is new treatment systems, modifications to disinfection treatment practices, enhancements to operation and maintenance activities, and other possible corrective measures to reduce TTHMs will be identified pending completion of the hydraulic model studies. We'll be able to get some of the information done ahead of time once the model's built, but a lot of some of the modeling and the chemical analyses have to do with the warmer conditions and establishing what happens in the summertime versus the wintertime in the system. And then the last bullet we have is we want to support Suez's investigation to identify TTHM sources and promote efforts to control organic content in water and lower TTH levels in finished water. The Suez sampled their source well in 2020 in May. There were not high TOC levels in the source water or any of the source wells. There were non-detect in several, and there was one was 6.7. I had the number. There was I had them there. They weren't high levels of organic content that would lead to us to, or lead them to see that the wells were a source of the problem and the high organic content. They are also in the process of putting a hydraulic study together and a water quality analysis in their system to try and identify where TTHMs may be forming in their system, and that should help us. Anything that they can do in their system will help us on our end, and they're looking into doing a detailed study within their system. And one of the spots they're going to look at is obviously the wells and the source wells where there's any treatment there they can do, and then also they brought the Sherman tank online in the July of 2018, and that was a change in their system that may have some impact on the way their system operates that may not be incorporated in the model accurately. So they'll need to do, again, set up a sampling plan to do their engineering studies, and we'll be working with, coordinating with them as much as possible to have a combined effort on this. So, and that concludes my presentation for where we stand. And again, I would understand everyone's concerned over the issue, and we are trying actively to correct it and resolve it. And it's just been a problematic issue, especially really the December results were surprising when they came in. Normally they drop in that period, but these were as high as they were in the summer. For what we've seen in the past, they were high compared to what we're seeing throughout our excursions here, and they were just generally high for a December reading. So we're hopeful that we're on the right track still, and that the next set of samples are going to be better than what we had. And it was an anomalous blip for December, but combine our activities with that, with the hydraulic model that we're putting together, and we expect to resolve the issue.
Thank you, John. So, I know this is an extremely important issue for residents. We've got a lot of communication from people concerned when they get those notices. We'll definitely take some public comment on this when we get to open forum. But for the council members, are there any questions that you have for John while we have him here?
No, I just want to thank John, because I know it was a very time-consuming presentation to put together, and it's full of great information. So I appreciate it. And as Jesse said, many residents have reached out and are concerned. I'm just glad that you are looking at, deeper analyzing and improving the water quality, because that's really so important to the residents of Narragansett, and people have been concerned. And so I thank you for that presentation, and thank you for, working on improving the water for Narragansett, because it's something that people, even the people that, some Suez people that have Suez too, because they are residents of the town, they've had some issues as well. So I just thank you for being able to present it publicly. And I'm glad that the president is going to let people speak to it, because it's been highly communicated that people are worried about it.
Thanks, Susan. Any other comments from the council?
Yes, I have a comment.
ahead.
Actually, I've got a couple questions for John. John, I know this is a problem, but is it targeted in certain areas? I mean, is it more in Point Judith than the North End? I mean, can you narrow it down to where it actually occurs?
It's been a problem ongoing in Point Judith, and
Right.
we collect the samples at the lighthouse station. That's part of the problem we have. It's you take the samples at the far end of the system, so the water's as old as it can possibly be, as hot as it can possibly be. It's had the chlorine in contact with the organic chemicals in there for as long as possible. So that's where they use that sampling location to identify it. We have a limited amount of sampling elsewhere in the system that are below the limit, but we collect those within the system to try and gauge where we're at, as we're operating. But those aren't the reporting samples. The regulations are based on the far end of the system. The north end, it's the Suez system. We don't have the same problems in the North Kingstown Fed area, because it's not pre-chlorinated before it gets to us. So that water's the numbers are lower up there to begin with. And then the north end, again, we had in the Suez area, it was we had a jump in December up there as well. That was unusual for what we normally see. Really, what we were seeing before we had the problems, we're running in the 70 to 75, or 0.07 to 0.075 area on an average over the year, and now we're running at 0.085. So it's just whether we send a notice out to anybody or not, or whether we're above or below the limit or not, these chemicals are in the water as a result of the disinfection process. And that's why we have to disinfect, because there's bacteria in the water, and if that happens, it's real bad. But we got to monitor the long-term conditions and make sure that we don't continue those for 70 years, so someone doesn't drink it for 70 years. Now, I wish I really am frustrated and as upset as the townspeople are that this hasn't been resolved as promptly as everyone would have liked. But because it is a long-term health issue, sometimes the responses will take a little longer to put into place. And but we do want to make sure that we can take a shotgun approach to the operational changes, and let's do everything we can do. But the next step with the engineering studies, you have to do a detailed analysis and figure out what to do, because you don't want to rush into something and do something that's counterproductive or that doesn't work in the first place, or it will hamper something down the line.
Right. Okay. All right. In the I know you're testing at the far end, but in the beginning flow of the Point Judith area, is there any way we could, either put a carbon filter or a UV light to kind of kill those microorganisms so they don't interact with those chemicals?
Well, it's the organic content is carbon and hydrogen content. So, and that's what goes in there. I mean, we buy finished water. So what that means is we buy water that we could throw right out to the tap. One of the things that I think is going to come out of the hydraulic modeling is when we put the disinfection systems into place, we did exactly what you're talking about, Patrick. We put the new treatment systems and the chlorine systems right where we get it, because that way it's the most cost effective. We can do it where we need it, and then all the water we get is treated. The next step of treatment to filter chemicals out and to filter the carbon and organic content. By the time it gets to us, those reactions are already taking place. And to construct those type of facilities, it's a possibility, but again, that would have to be looked at in the engineering studies. And it's not something we can just go put a quick filter on the line.
Right. Well, what about UV? Is there can we put a temporary UV to kill that microorganism so it doesn't interact?
Generally, when your supplier is using a particular treatment method, that's the one you have to employ. UV and UV is that would be, again, the same thing. That has to be designed and evaluated and to put any kind of a system like that into place.
Well, maybe we should think about a joint venture with Suez and UV it at the source. Is that something that seems reasonable, or?
Suez could be looking at that when they go and do their studies and evaluate it. Again, if they went to UV, then we would still have to monitor for the bacteria, and we would probably need to employ the same type of a system. But any type of a change to the treatment process, yes, Patrick, would be a coordinated effort.
You're right. It affects downline. I understand.
Yep.
All right. For the homeowner that's very concerned, they can put a local system, a local carbon system, in their line when it enters the house. Correct?
Yep. Or on the tap. Exactly.
Right. Now, is there any way we can provide guidance to those concerned homeowners on what to do and what filter to buy, just so they can ease their concerns till we get the bugs worked out of our literally?
Yep. We
worked out of our system.
Yeah, we have on the website, there is a PDF with additional notice and additional information regarding the TTHM issues we've been having. Some of the information that I presented here tonight, and in there, I believe there's information regarding NSF and other sources where they can go and look and find some additional information on specific filters to use. But essentially, any filter any type of a carbon filter that would filter
charcoal
organics.
Right.
It filters volatile organics. That'll work for their purposes. And like I said, these chemicals, when we fix this problem, they're still in the water.
Sure.
So anyone who's got a concern about it should really consult with their health professional about what the risks are for that individual, and also about whether they might want to consider additional protection and providing additional filtration for themselves.
But if you're drinking tap water out of the sink, you can put a charcoal filter on there, and it should eliminate the TTHMs. Correct?
Exactly. Any filter that will treat for volatile organics and reduce them will strip those chemicals.
Right away. Okay. Thank you.
Great question, Patrick.
Okay. So Eva and Deb, do you have any questions for John while we have him here?
I'm all set.
All set. Deb, all set?
I am.
Okay, great. I just have a couple quick questions for you, John. In terms of other towns around us, I know that South Kingstown had that E. coli issue a couple years ago. Have other towns like South Kingstown been having the same issue as us?
I don't believe that any other towns have had violations. South Kingstown's have been up a bit, I think, as a result of Suez. But you know, their advantage is they don't have the their system is not as far removed from the treatment facilities, and it's not as much of a dead end on their end. And Suez, I know they've had some difficulties in their system, but I don't believe they've reached the point of violation. Again, we get the two factors working against us are Suez applies it. We have a long distance from them to us, and we hit it with a second dose of chemicals. So I think we're unique in the violations department. Okay.
And then just to kind of give a little bit of perspective to the issue in general. So the level that does not trigger a warning to residents is 0.08 of a percent, right? Of TTHM. Is that right? 0.08?
It's 0.08 of a part per million.
Okay.
So 80 parts per billion is the number we're talking about.
And we are right now about 5 to 6 1,000ths over that line.
Yes, on the averages, yes.
So I just, as a non-math person, it's kind of hard to understand what that means. You know, it feels like such a slight overage. How can you kind of give us some proportion to what that means?
Well, it's the levels are all set by the EPA. Like I said, the federal government establishes the drinking water standards and requirements, and they're balancing disinfection concerns versus long-term concerns. So there's health studies that are involved in it and the like, and they've determined that the acceptable level is that 0.80. So, you know, if you want to look at it on a percentage basis, where 6 divided by 80 is we're 7.5% above the average right now. But in terms of, like I said, these constituents are so small and such small content. It's like I said, the chlorine content in the water is 0.2 parts per million. So it's it's an order of magnitude higher. We're putting the chlorine in, then we're finding these chemicals at
byproduct, right? Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they're minute, they're small quantities and constituents, but again, they are health concerns, which is why we monitor for them and why we need to treat. Right. I just wanted to make sure that everyone realizes that it's not like all or nothing, that they're there and we need to maintain them at a level. And if the regs come out and we need to maintain them at a different level, we would have to go maintain that at a different level.
Okay, and then last question. In terms of kind of setting expectations for residents, I know this is a 4 consecutive quarter average, right? So we have to be under that 0.08 for 4 consecutive quarters in order for that notice to not go out. Is that correct?
No, our 4 consecutive quarters have to average less than 0.08. So
right, it has to average less.
Yeah,
so for us to not average less, for us to be below that, we have to be well below for the next quarter. Like this isn't going to be fixed in 1 quarter.
I've got to, let me just pull in the old charts here. For the next quarter in the south end, bear with me 1 second while I punch the numbers in the calculator. We would need to be at 57.0577, so just below 60, which is a number that is possible in that system. But given our challenges we've had now, and typically we would get that type of a number in a March or even a December sample. So it's not impossible for us to get out of this, but again, but for example, because of, we needed to be just under 80, under the regulatory limit in December, and we came in above 90, which was just strange, for the system. So we're not that far off with our averages. We were over 100 once in this whole time. Most of the time we're in the 85, 88, 95 number instead of being below 80. And normally it's the reason why they do a running average is because you're going to get one that's high in September. And that's the issue. So that's what we're trying to work against. So, it's possible that we'll get a 58, in December or in March. I'm going to work with the water department to make sure we're doing everything we can to try and get there. But if it's not the case, we still are moving forward with whether we get there or not, we're still moving forward with the model and to try and figure out to improve the system because, like they said, these chemicals are in there. And if we can do some other improvements to further reduce it, that'll pull us further away from that limit and try and keep us in compliance much more regularly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. Thank you for the time you put into this. We appreciate it. I know we'll stay on top of this.
Thank you all.
Thank you, John.
All right. So let's go ahead and move to open forum. I know we have some hands up here. So just a reminder, please speak on items that are not on the agenda. If something's on the agenda, please hold your comments to that period. You can speak during that item. So this is just for items not on the agenda, and please do your best to keep your comments to 3 minutes. We want to be able to move forward in a timely fashion. So who do we have first, Caleb?
We have Gerald.
Gerald, please state your full name and address.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please state your full name and address.
Gerald McCarthy, McCarthy, 27 Sewell Road. I have comments on vaccinations and water. On the water situation, I think the town engineer has done an excellent job of his presentation. I'd just like to reemphasize that this has been going on since 2018. The total trihalomethanes violate the federal critical limits. This was a problem, one of the problems that Flint, Michigan had. So unless we can solve that problem, that's not going to sound good for Narragansett. The quarterly report that we get from I guess it's the town water department, really does not emphasize the total trihalomethane issue. Back a year or so ago, when the town sealed and chipped the roads, I was talking to some of my neighbors and they said, "We've got a problem here." I said, "What?" He said, look at the chips that they put on the floor. You got a bigger problem than that. Water quality." And I talked to 3 or 4 neighbors. None of them were aware of it. I said, "Don't you get the quarterly report?" They said, "Yeah, but we don't read it." And there's the problem with the total trihalomethanes is not highlighted in that report. It's in the report, but you got to dig through it. You get a whole page of text, and up at the top of the page, it tells you that the trihalomethanes, what the reading is and what the federal standard is. But then the next paragraph starts off with what should I do? And it says you don't need to do anything. Then way down the bottom, the last paragraph, it says if you have people in your household whose immune systems are compromised, then you need to talk to your primary care physician. I don't think my primary care physician knows anything about total trihalomethanes. Anyway, my point is that the town needs to act on this, and they need to act quickly. I hope that nobody brings a suit against the town. And most of you probably know about Flint, Michigan. There were people who went to jail in Flint, Michigan from the municipal government. I don't want to see that happen here, because I think all of you are looking at this and really want to do something about it, but it's a serious problem. A question: would the town pay for home treatment systems? There's basically two types of home treatment system. One of them is, well, maybe three. One of them is where you get a portable.
Jerry, I'm going to stop you just because of time, but
Yeah, okay.
I think that's a valid point. So that's something that we could definitely discuss.
Okay, thank you. Just one quick thing on vaccinations. I'm over 75. I'm not going to tell you how far over I am, but I'm over 75. I have been searching around trying to find out how I register somewhere to get in the queue to get the vaccination. There's nothing.
Jerry, if you go to the town website, we have a very large red bar across the top. And that's going to give you a bunch of info on local vaccinations through the town.
Yeah, you tell me that now, and that's good. And I found that out, but I had there's nothing in the paper. Anyway, there's a communication problem. And I think the Rhode Island Department of Health performance on this has been abominable. The town manager has told us, and so has the fire chief, that this was dumped on the towns. I mean, we've known this problem that vaccinations have been coming down the pike for months. Anyway, if anybody has any input to the state, I think they need a change in the leadership at the Rhode Island Department of Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Gerald. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Sue Amoruso.
Sue, please state your full name and address. Sue, you there?
Yeah, but it was a mistake.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, sorry.
No problem. Thank you. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Paul Zonfillo.
Paul, please state your full name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I've got Richard. I'm going to let him go first.
Sounds good. Richard, please state your full name and address.
I've been involved with this. This is the 8th year.
Richard, can you state your full name and address, please?
State your full name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Richard, VANGERMEERSCH, and I live at 55 Osceola.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So after 8 years, I just have some thoughts that are somewhat repetitive, but we desperately need to reinstitute the Buildings Projects Committee for the library. That is absolutely essential. The Finance Committee did get one, and it was canceled a few years ago. Now, I have noticed very little in these 8 years on fiscal and physical control of the property. And it looks like the liquor store will remain the liquor store. I remain vitally opposed to utilizing the second floor over the liquor store as part of the library. And I really would love to see a virtual tour that all taxpayers can see the absolute disaster of touching the second floor. Now, I must say, I was clearer in 2014 about the library project as I am in 2021. We seem to have a new gush of funds available, and I think of the 5-letter word waste. We need a projects committee that meets in public so we can somehow control the various funds that are coming in here, and I would hope that somehow we could get a ruling where the town could get back the $2.8 million that it bought for this, paid for this absolutely useless building, the old grocery store. So I am very, very concerned that we seem to be going backwards rather than forwards in terms of fiscal and physical control. So I do make a strong request that every taxpayer should get a virtual tour, be able to tie in a virtual tour going up from that horrible stairs through this indoor shuffleboard court down the stairs and see that this is not a feasible structure. Heavens forbid, just sell it to the liquor store, give it to them, but don't contaminate this building with an elevator up to a totally useless and perhaps collapsible building.
All right, thank you, Richard.
Richard, Jesse, I would like to speak and use my 3 minutes, please.
Go ahead. Full name and address.
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. So I'd like to point out, Ms. Bonanno, I believe you have inaccurate information. The library was level funded from last year. In fact, the finance director can confirm that the state is committed $177,100 because it was level funded from year to year. I don't believe that, this kind of mystical, oh, we won't get the money for the building, that's not really been spelled out, like what actually has to be done for that. We're just kind of, we're throwing another $300,000. I mean, I know the library got you all elected. You still represent the taxpayers of this town. And it's still shocking to me that you just kind of want to get it over with, it seems. That's the feeling I get, right? But the library's level funded, the money's coming in, and there's nothing that I've seen. Please, somebody show me the official word that unless you give them this $300,000, you're not going to get any funding. So I believe that's incorrect. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Caleb, who do we have next on the line?
Next is Alba.
Mr. Alba, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882. Last name is spelled ALBA. Okay. I have a question for John, the gentleman who's the engineer for water quality. Some aspects of Narragansett were not affected by the contamination. When they put in the antibodies, does that affect all of the water system, including those that were not affected, or just those areas that were affected? So I don't know if you could get back to us on that. I do feel, there should be some kind of a notice, especially for the elderly, that if we do have a high level of that particular substance, which is, I guess, some kind of antibiotic to prevent the germs, that some kind of notice be put out, and so that would be my concern. But if John could get back to me on that, that'll be appreciated. And also, if maybe some people, the elderly, maybe they should use bottled water if they don't have any kind of filtration system. If they would recommend maybe use bottled water temporarily or for a certain period of time, that would be a suggestion. One other thing I want to bring out, I do want to thank the town manager for the discussion about the Galilee situation in that parcel. I do want to bring out on the Black Island Times dated January 7th, 2021, Champlain's Marina sells for 19 million. And coincidentally, the people who bought that 19 million parcel, that marina, are the same people, the same developers who are saying that, you know, we have to look at an economic feasible solution for the Galilee situation, economic feasible for them. I mean, he purchased the owner, he's a billionaire, $19 million property in Block Island. And it's like he's nickel and diming the people in Galilee and people in Narragansett. I just hope that we can have solidarity like we had for the library, and so that just like we didn't have Mr. Mota, the gentleman from Connecticut, come in and basically make a muck of our new library building, which will be showing up. I hope and pray that the gentleman who purchased Mr. Prakasianati, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, Prakasianti, Prakasianti.
Prakashanti.
Yeah, there you go.
Prakashanti.
Right, it was a billionaire. He's not going to basically, you know, it's not the golden rule. He owns the gold rules. It's we in solidarity in Narragansett, we hopefully will stick together, and that we're going to have a nice, viable program development in that Galilee area. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Alba. Caleb, is there anyone else on there?
There is Gail Socroft.
Gail, please state your full name and address.
Yes, this is Gail Scowcroft, 19B Prospect Avenue, and it's SCOWCROFT. And I'd like permission to make a comment about motion 14. I've been up since 3:45, and there's no way I can stay until that motion comes up.
Fine. You can do it now.
All right, thank you. I read the background for the motion, and there's an error in the summary. It's claimed in that summary that you, Jesse, and Patrick submitted, that the increase in beach fees and the change in the timing for when out-of-town residents can enter the beach was due to COVID. And if you review the video from that meeting that you both attended, that is incorrect. The reason that these changes were made were due to parking problems and overcrowding problems. And again, I encourage the whole council to watch that meeting, and so you can have some clarity around why those changes were made. And the other problem that the beach management was facing was an increase in minimum wage, if you remember, and that was one of the main reasons for increasing the fees. So now that that's been clarified, I have a question for the entire council. Is this proposal to open the beach earlier to non-residents and changing the fees based on data and economics, or is it based on personal opinions and philosophies? For example, where is the data that shows that businesses are being hurt by having the lot closed to non-residents? There's absolutely no data. And so it's inexcusable for you guys to be making decisions without real information. You should be making beach management decisions based on science and economics and not on your personal opinions. We had a committee of experienced professionals on the Rec Advisory Board conduct an in-depth study of the beach issues. They conducted a review of beach policies and operating strategies up and down the East Coast and considered local businesses. And they made a recommendation to the council in October based on the findings from their study, not on their personal opinions or philosophies. The higher fees are one way that many towns help to alleviate overcrowding, pollution, and maintenance issues. The Parks and Rec Department also weighed in on this issue by trying to help us understand the consequences of opening the beach early to non-residents. They've also shared data that they've collected for several years from the annual beach surveys, with the most pressing concerns from our residents being overcrowding on the beach and critical issue of parking in the pier area. So before you vote on this tonight, I think the summary that you have, official summary that you have filed, needs to be edited to be accurate. And also I ask you, are you going to overlook the feedback from hundreds and hundreds of residents that have completed these surveys for the last 9 years, continuing to say that our beach is overcrowded, continuing to say that there's parking problems? We don't want to encourage more overcrowding, more pollution, and more safety issues by opening the beach earlier and further degrading the beach experience of our residents. No one on this council is an expert on beach operations and management. However, we have one of the state's top beach management experts leading our Parks and Rec department. So are you going to listen to the expertise that we have, or make a decision based on a personal opinion? It's just not the right thing to do, guys. And before—
All right, thank you. Gail, we're far over the limit, so thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Laura Kelly.
Lori, please state your full name and address.
Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road, Narragansett. I just wanted to quickly comment on some of the library issues. This council was elected in November on the library issues. The 3 incumbents who slashed the library budget 2 years in a row were soundly defeated on that issue. So when someone says you're not representing the town of Narragansett, this council is absolutely representing the town of Narragansett and the most recent election. It is vital that the library's operating budget be restored. We've gone over and over, our budget is listed for every year on the town's website on financial documents, just like every other department. Our salaries and payroll is well over 700 to 800,000 in payroll costs alone, and yet we're funded at a town allocation of 400,000. Also, the 177 that we received this year from the state, which is the rough calculation of 25% of our operating expenditures, is based on 2 years ago. So the previous council and the previous council president that cut our budget to 400,000, the next 2 years, the town of Narragansett will lose roughly half of the state allocation. And there's nothing we can do about that. But to go forward with the building project, it is exactly the ordinance, which is on the OLIS website that Susan referred to, that says you need to support your institution or you can't even apply for building money from the state of Rhode Island. So for all these reasons, thank you to the council. Thank you for standing up for the library. And, I hope I've clarified some of these points. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Caleb, looks like that's it.
Gerald has his hand raised.
Oh, he spoke earlier, right? Gerald McCarthy.
Okay, then no one else.
All right, great. Thank you. All right, so that concludes open forum.
Jesse, you got a new hand up there. There's a new hand up. Tracy?
Yeah.
Tracy just raised her hand.
Tracy, please state your full name and address.
Unmute myself. Hi, Tracy Cunyo. I currently live in Westerly, 9 Essex Drive, Westerly, although I lived in Narragansett for 25 years and own a business in the Pier Marketplace, Shades LLC. I wanted to tune in tonight. I wanted to congratulate everyone also who are new to the council and returning to the council. Congratulations. But as a business owner and also a longtime resident, I wanted to talk about for a moment the parking situation at the beach and the regulations that went into place this past year for the first time, and that possibly will go into this year, from what I understand, is the 5 to 7 timeframe where the beach suspends collecting fees, but this past year was the first year they did not allow people to park in the parking lots until 8 o'clock. Is that something that, am I correct to hear that that is something that is in place for this year or planned to be in place?
That is, yes, that is a motion that we'll be talking about a little bit later on tonight.
Oh, okay. So I should wait till then to talk?
That would be better if you could.
Okay, sure. I'm sorry. This was a long meeting. I tuned in and out a little bit and I had heard someone talking about beaches, so I apologize.
That's fine.
I will wait.
We'll hope to get to that pretty quickly.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on. We're going to close open forum. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that any council members would like removed? All right, I am actually going to remove number 1. Pull that out. We'll discuss that separately. Other than that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda -1. That
All right.
one you want over. 2,
Is there
3.
A second.
All right. All in favor, starting with Susan,
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopak, aye.
Patrick.
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And then number 1 is a motion to approve the 1-year contract extension for heating fuel with Peterson's Oil Services Incorporated at their price of 10.1095 differential over the lowest Providence terminal tank car price as posted daily. For number 2, heating oil, the on-call hourly service rate of $95 per hour for regular hours, and the on-call hourly service rate of $125 per hour for overtime hours under the same terms and conditions as the previous contract. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second? Second by Eva. Thank you. So this was a item that I wanted to talk about separately. I did receive an email about this. And I wanted to give that resident a chance to speak on this. There is also a little bit of a concern possibly over some possible legal issues with the company under consideration in Massachusetts. So basically Peterson's Oil last year had a good amount of complaints in Massachusetts over their service. There's an I-team investigative report on that. I wasn't aware of that until yesterday. And then the price is actually pretty comparable to Smith Oil Company, which is a local company. So that's just another thing to think about. But what I want to do is open up public comment on this to get a little bit more information, unless any counselors would like to speak first. All right, so why don't we go to the public? Caleb, who do we have first?
First is Catherine Celebrato.
Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court, Narragansett. I first noticed this contract a few years ago, and I said to myself, why are we contracting with a company from Worcester, Mass? It just made no sense to me, but Smith Oil also bid at that time. Even though the price per hour on service call appears $4 less, Peterson's, and $10 less, I guess, for after hours, this company has to travel from Worcester to get to Narragansett. And my experience has been that these companies are now charging a travel charge. They are not going to be leaving Worcester to come down to Narragansett to service our boilers, or especially during an emergency, without charging from the time they leave. That's number 1. Number 2, why would you want to have a company out of Worcester to service your heating systems in the town in a number of different buildings when they have to travel from Worcester? Hey, if the heat's out, you don't want to be waiting for somebody from Worcester to come down to fix it. That's another issue. But I just decided to Google them to see if maybe they had a facility in Rhode Island, which they do not. And that's when I found this I-team investigation. Evidently, there were quite a number of complaints from customers. The oil that they were providing, I guess it wasn't of the highest quality, and there were a number of issues. So taking all that into account, and plus the fact that we have a local company down the street, let's face it, that could do this work for essentially the same amount of money and could get there I use Smithco, they're very good. They'll get there in 20 minutes if you've got a problem. I just don't see the point of continuing with this Peterson's Oil Company at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, is there anyone else?
No one else.
Okay. So just a quick question. Jim, I'm going to ask you this. I don't know if you'll have an answer, and if you know who does, just let me know. I know there's a 1 cent difference per gallon between the two quotes. Do you have any idea how many gallons the town purchases in a year?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So that's really my question. This is something we could go ahead and approve if we want to. We could continue this. Counselors could do their own research over the next couple of weeks. We could put this back on, but it's up to the council here. So I'm just gonna go around and see if there's any comment before we go ahead and vote. Susan, you're muted.
I mean, this is from Sue Gallagher, right? I mean,
Right.
Do we have any information or guidance from the town manager? I mean, if it's urgent or if we can hold and get some more information on it. I mean, I kind of like to defer to the manager on the importance of it. You know, we want to get it right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim, what do you think?
The existing contract that was extended, they're still working under that one as it is now. So I don't think a couple of weeks would be an issue. I mean, if they dropped us and they didn't want it, then we could move on. But just for further investigation for the next meeting.
So I'd err on that side based on his recommendation.
All right. Eva, any comments?
I think any opportunity that we have to use a local business, I would support that, and I would definitely like to explore that opportunity. And oftentimes, just the lowest is not necessarily, like Catherine was saying, there's other costs that may be associated. So lowest bid is not necessarily always the best option. So just exploring that as well.
All right. Deb, any thoughts?
I just keep saying this. I agree with what Reverend Susan said. They just beat me to the punch.
And Patrick.
I agree with Deb.
You agree with Deb?
No, I mean, take
Can
a
you
couple
say that
weeks.
again, please, Patrick?
I agree with Deb.
I love it.
All right. Revent, to vent this company out a little bit more, it's fine. A couple weeks ain't gonna kill us, but we gotta watch that fuel oil, because fuel oil's going up. We don't wanna dither too much.
Right.
So Jesse, can I make a motion to continue it?
You can. Yep. Is there a second? Second by
Second.
Patrick. I just want to thank Catherine for sending an email. It is really great to get these kind of emails from residents. Sometimes we like the emails, sometimes we don't, but keep sending them because it is useful. All right, so let's go ahead and vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Heather Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion to continue approved 5-0. Thank you. So now to the new business.
Council President.
Yeah.
I request we move up 17 to vote on and 14 to vote on, respectfully in that order, because that seems to be the population here that are chiming in tonight. And
17 first, or wait, which one do you want to do first?
17 first and 14.
All right, you want to make the motion?
I move we move number 17 agenda item up, followed by agenda number 14.
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Heather Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 17 is a motion to read, pass, and adopt as a second reading an ordinance in amendment of chapter 1075 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, being the fiscal year 2021 budget appropriation ordinance to transfer $441,103 from the town's unassigned fund balance to the Maury Lugins Library budget. Is there a motion?
I'll move that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, so we just had the public hearing on this. So we don't do public comment because we've closed the public hearing. So we're just gonna go ahead and do the vote. Is there, so all in favor, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Tusinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye. Agreeing with Kopek.
Jesse Pugh, aye.
Music to my ears, Patrick.
Motion approved, 5-0. Number 14 is,
Excuse, Mr. President, can I
Mhm.
request when you move up 14 that we take it in two parts? The beach fee, lowering the beach fees is one part, and the second part of the restrictions of the parking, because you could agree with one but not the other necessarily.
let me just check with the town solicitor on that one. Mark, are you here?
Here.
Is there any issue with doing this as two separate motions, even though it's on as one?
No, I think you can make a motion to split that motion into two parts and then hear it one part at a time.
Okay.
And vote on one part at a time. It's been properly noticed. And if you want to tackle it in a bifurcated way, you can do so.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So the first motion, Susan, would be to split it.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to split motion 17 into the parking, the fees, the walk-on fees and the parking fees. And then the second part of the motion would be for removing the restrictions in Cabana North and South.
Okay, I want to chime in here before we have that vote, because I would like to separate the parking from the other two. So we'd be splitting the baby three ways.
So say that again, Patrick, how do you want
I
to
say
split it?
I would like to see the parking, I agree with the current fee schedule. The other two, I have no problem approving those, but I think we should maybe split it into three parts, if that's possible, and vote on each item.
Oh, okay.
So I guess I move to split agenda item into three parts so we can separately vote on each.
Is there a second?
So Patrick, I'm happy to second that. So explain the three parts, because I see the first part is the decreasing the cost of the beach walk-on and parking as one part. And I
Correct.
see the other part about lifting the restrictions of the parking lot. What's the third part?
The price
third
of the
part, reducing the parking fees, the daily parking
okay.
fees and the weekend parking fee, which I'm against.
So he wants to separate the actual walk-on fees and the parking fees.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So I can second that motion if he wants to split it three ways.
Okay.
All right.
So we'll have three different votes on that motion.
Right. All right. So all in favor, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva Tusinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved. 5-0. All right. So we have a motion to amend the Narragansett, a motion to amend the 2021 Narragansett beach fees, changing the daily admission fee to $12. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So Jesse, just for point of clarification, the last council had increased it was 15, and this council, you're asking to move it to 12.
That's right. And it was
10. It was 10.
It was 10. It was 10.
It was 10, and then it went to 15, right?
Right.
And,
That's right.
and 12 is the middle. Okay.
Well, so it has never been active at 15. That was approved this last fall.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. So wait, did we have a motion in a second? We did? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'll start it off. So this was a motion from Patrick and I as one motion. Now it's three. So this stems from a meeting October 5th, which followed a rec advisory board workshop. The rec advisory board sent recommendations to the town council like they do every year, with updates, changes, or sometimes no changes to beach policy and fees. The recommendations included increasing the daily admission, so the walk-on daily admission, from $10 to $15. So that's a 50% increase. And I was against that then, and I still am. And so this would be a motion to really compromise, not say we're going back to 10, but land at 12. So it's still a 20% increase over what it was. So it's, going with inflation, going with general price increases, but not doing that, what I consider extreme, a 50% increase. So that's what it is. That's the motion. So I'm going to start with Susan. Do you have any comments?
So, no, I like the compromise at 12. I think, I did talk to some people on the Park and Rec board, and, the 12 could be problematic because they don't have, always have the change. But I think it's a good compromise, and I feel comfortable with it. I know when we finish this, Steve, I did talk to him early today, and I know the director's on, so maybe we can have him say a little something on the fees, but I'm comfortable with the 12, and I think that's affordable, and it's an increase, but it's not a 50% increase. So I'm satisfied with that.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. So Parks and Rec Director Stephen Wright is on. So if any council members have questions for him, you want to get his perspective, anything like that, feel free to ask him while we're on. Eva, do you have any thoughts or comments?
Yeah, I do have some comments. So I do realize that there is going to be an increase in costs. I think prior to just a few, I didn't really realize that our taxes didn't go for the beach. And I know it's an enterprise fund, and whatever, fees are collected go for the operations. And I know that with minimum wage going up, we did talk about that, and that was an issue. That's going to increase costs. I think there was also issues with security. So if we wanted to add security, so I do see, the opportunity to perhaps, like you said, just increase it and then see where we land. Maybe next year, if the operating costs are covered. I remember hearing that there was another lifeguard chair added, so that increased the costs of the operating budget. So that is a compromise to me. And I know the change issue came up. However, what I do recommend is getting credit card readers, and that's even, I think a lot of people don't carry cash these days, even at the parking lots. I think that would be a good addition to actually help with that. So those are just my thoughts on that issue. And I don't know, Steve, if you could just comment on like the 12 versus 15 and the bottom line at the end of last season. I know last season was a little bit different than what anyone had expected. So I would like to get your thoughts on that.
Sure. Good evening, everyone, and welcome, Council. Well, first of all, this is new to me. I just came back from vacation. I've been off for a couple of weeks. So I had today to kind of react to these new changes. And so to answer your question about the fee change, you're right. I was concerned about the increase of minimum wage. We are adding an extra chair for the 2021 season at the request of the lifeguards at the seawall area, surface area. We're actually building it now. If you go over to 51 Mumford Road, you'll see the chair being built. So we're going to add additional chair for safety of our surface area. And our operations are increasing every year. Nothing's going down. So we have to include, and prepare for that. So did I think the $15 was a little steep? increase. There was some concern on my part, definitely. So, but you know, we're gonna need to have an increase to be able to. If we don't take it out of the daily walk-in, it's going to come from the resident side. I don't want to see that happen. So somewhere down the road, we're going to have to make that money up. So that's where the $100 for the transferable passes and the increase, the daily increase, we thought was reasonable. So, you know, as someone said earlier, we look toward the rec advisory board input and the rec board input and input from our survey. And I have some information on survey and parking a little bit later.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
All right, Deb, do you have any thoughts or comments?
Just one of the things that troubled me about the $15 increase was I never could find, and maybe it's just because I couldn't find it, not because it wasn't there, you know, what the rationale was from a budgetary perspective, kind of what Evan was talking about. In other words, you know, in my mind, if you're going to increase the cost of something, there has to be a reason for it. The one reason that made a great deal of sense to me, I don't think I realized the chair issue, but was the increase in minimum wage. And so it's a pretty, you know, it's a math problem to figure out roughly how much that's going to mean. I mean, you don't know exactly year to year, but you do know roughly how much that's going to be. And if $12 for walk-on fees, you know, covers that, then that's fine. I don't know, Steve, you know, you did just get back, so you might have had a chance to actually do the full-on math problem for us. But that to me was the issue, and I'm fine if 12 covers those two things. Sure, there's going to be more operational costs, but you know, we need to just see how that works too. So,
to answer your question, Councilwoman, the problem that we have every year is that, you know, we're working in a seasonal basis, and our fiscal year and fund balances from July 1st to June 30th. So I have to wait, and I've answered this question to a number of councils, is I have to wait and work with the finance director for the fund balance to be audited every year. So I'm working and giving you numbers based on June 20th, 20 for our fund balance that was audited. So, you know, we had an operating budget of $1.2 million, $70,000, you know, with an $830,000 income, but that was for 1920, not for 2021. And so with COVID last year, we weren't taking any parking fees in for our non-residents. Well, we're hoping to do that this year, opening up the west lot, and our admissions was down because we kept our attendance down this year. Right. So, you know, we have those nuances that hopefully we can change in 2021. But having said that, I've been doing this for my entire life, and I can tell you that it's all about the weather. So, you know, it's a 100-day season, and if we don't have good weather, I don't care what we're doing, you know, we're not going to take the income. And we do have steady income with our cabana fees, our changing fees, and our locker fees, and that we're going to be taking in starting next month. So we have that income regardless of what the weather is. But the daily admission and parking fees, which is what we've always said is the balance here, and we need that balance. And I'm a big believer in that. We have to have that to be able to generate that revenue. But I'm also a big advocate for our residents first, and that's what I want to talk about when we get to the parking a little bit later on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Patrick, any comments?
Yes. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good hike from 10 to 15. For the record, I had to talk Jesse off the ledge to get him to 12. So
did you? I don't remember that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it was a couple months ago. We had a pretty good talk on that one. But anyway, I'm all about you know, reducing to 12 for now. I mean, if it looks like I'm optimistic. I think we're gonna have a great summer. I think COVID's gonna start slowing up by the time beach season rolls in. And I'm optimistic that we will make our numbers, especially, well, the parking's coming up, so we'll talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, again, this is broken into 3 items now. So specifically on the daily fees, it is tough when we don't know the exact numbers just because the way the math works for the payroll. But what there are some things that we do know. So we know that typically the beach makes very, very large profit annually. If you go back a couple of years, those profits are $600,000, $800,000 in terms of actual profit, not just revenue. So we're not talking about barely scraping by, or just making enough to cover our expenses. We profit well beyond our operational costs each year on a typical year. We have a extremely large surplus in that, or I won't call it a surplus. We have a large balance in that fund, in that beach fund, into the millions of dollars. I'm not sure of the exact number, but I think it may be 4 million, something like that. So we're not on the cusp of being in the red on the beach overall. We just built new cabanas, or we're building new cabanas, so we have plenty of money there. And then keeping tabs on those increases in payroll. Again, we don't know exactly what that is, but I think we sold, and I'm not going to be exact with my numbers, but over 100,000 daily admission passes last year. So, or it may have been the season before. I have 120,000 at some point over the last couple of years. I'm not sure about the COVID year, but if you look at 120 day passes, or sorry, 120,000, if you increase that $2 per pass, you're at $240,000 increase in revenue. So you would think that would cover the minimum wage increase. I don't know that, but if we don't have those numbers provided to us, it's hard for us to make that perfect decision. So that's where I'm looking at that. So anyway, those are the reasons. I think $12 is a fair compromise. And that's my position on it. So why don't we go to the public and see what they think. Caleb, who do we have first?
First is Marta Durrett.
Marta, please state your full name and address. And this is.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I can hear you. Just a reminder, this is specifically on the $12 admission price.
Okay. I know I want to talk on parking.
All right.
I
We'll
want
be
to talk
doing
on
that.
opening the cabanas.
Yep.
The cabana
Okay.
lot. Okay.
We'll have a motion on that in a couple of minutes. We'll make sure to call
Okay.
on you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Mary.
Mary, please state your full name and address.
Mary Nato, 10 Second Street. I would like to see the beach fees go back to $10 or less, because a family of 4 or 6 even taking their family to the beach is just an outrageous price for a family in town that happens to be in town trying to enjoy it, and maybe doesn't have money to buy a season pass and only wants to go for the day. It's craziness. And last year when you had the meeting, I was on the call, and when they were talking about information, they didn't have the beach survey included in the information that we had for the year. And we didn't have the operating budget information. So what the status of the enterprise fund is. I don't think you need to make money on the beach every single year. I think there can be years when people don't have jobs, the economy's not that great, and maybe you use some of your enterprise fund so that it doesn't cost quite as much to the people going to the beach. And I certainly have a hard time increasing the fees so much when we are building a brand new cabana for the very few people that get to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Caleb, who's up next?
Next is Al.
Al, please state your full name and address. And just a reminder, this is specifically the daily admission fee.
Al lowered his hand.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
Catherine Celebrato.
All right. Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. What we never seem to talk about is how many people this beach can accommodate. We really need to have a beach carrying capacity study done. If we knew exactly how many people we could let on per day, then you could figure out what we had to charge each of those people to make our budget. But we keep ignoring the fact that the beach is really overcrowded on many days, and pretty much anybody who can find a parking space or get dropped off is let on the beach. And I don't know that our little beach can continue to accommodate all of these people without damaging the environment. It's more important really than money. We're going to leave what to our children, grandchildren? What? Nothing. They won't. It'll be so eroded or so destroyed that what are we leaving them? We have to think about the future. And like I said, there are engineers who do this type of work. They can figure out how many people a beach can accommodate. And I think that we should start there. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Catherine. Caleb, who do we have next?
Al raised his hand again.
Okay. Al, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought that was a fair compromise that you all came up with. I'm just wondering, I don't have children, so do they have a fee for children, like after under a certain age that they can, that they
12 and under, or under 12 is
under?
free.
Oh, okay, so that sounds good. So that sounds reasonable. Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you, Al. Caleb, anyone left?
Nathaniel Merrill.
All right, Nathaniel, please state your full name and address.
Nathaniel Merrill, 186 South Whedon Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island. I'd like to just push back a little bit on the cleanliness argument. So I did go back to the beach surveys that have been spoken about earlier, and 2020, 877 people answered the question, how clean is Narragansett Town Beach? Of those 877, only 19 said that it needs improvement or was poor, and the rest was acceptable, very good, or excellent. So I have no doubt that some people think the beach is overcrowded and cause these problems, but that's only a certain percent. There's a lot of other people that are having a great time on the beach. If you go back to the 2019 survey, how was your overall experience on Narragansett Town Beach? About 660 people answered it. Of those, again, only about 24 said it was less than acceptable. So people are enjoying the beach. I just don't think that using pricing to restrict the number of people is in the best interest of everybody that comes to use it.
All right, thank you. All right, Caleb, anyone left?
No one else.
All right, so we're going to close public comment on this one. I'm just going to go around the council one more time for last comments before we vote. Susan, any comments?
All set.
Eva?
I just had a quick question for Steve. So is there limits? Like I know when they're talking about beach capacity during the daily admissions, is there like a sense of like, oh, we can't let any more people on the beach at this time, or how does that work?
Excellent question. So last year during COVID, and that actually goes to Catherine Celebrato's question a little earlier. We have been taking attendance for quite a number of years, unlike some of the state beaches where you can just walk onto the beach after you park. Last year during COVID, we actually were taking attendance and with small counters, counting people on each one of our 6 admission sites. So the highest daily total for the entire summer season on any one day was 5,017. And that was actually on July 17th. So the July 4th through the month of July is our busiest month with a lot of people in town. And then the other day was 5,014, which was on July 3rd. So prior to COVID, we were on a busy weekday, we were doing 7,000 to 8,000 people on a weekday and 10,000 to 12,000 people on a weekend.
But is there like a cap? Like when the beach is full, do we stop letting people onto the beach?
Well, yeah, last year we weren't going anywhere over that 5,000 mark. Prior to the year before 2019, it was around the 10,000 to 11,000 people.
You count, and then when anyone else is trying to come on to the beach, you're turning them away?
Well, in previous years, we had the trolley, and as Susan will tell you, we had the trolley, and that's the year that we had a lot of complaints about a number of people coming on a lot during the day. Remember, there's an ebb and flow to the beach, so we have people coming in early, then they leave, and so our numbers, sometimes the numbers can be skewed because we can have attendance numbers for any given day, but we would have a lot of people coming in early, and then they leave midday, and we have one numbers coming in during the day. So those numbers, even say, I could say 9,000 to 10,000 people, they're not all there.
Okay, thank you.
It's difficult to come up. I would say the worst on that beach is July 4th weekend. I can show you pictures. You wouldn't want to be there.
That's why I don't go.
All right, Deb, any closing comments?
No, thank you.
All right, Patrick?
All set.
All set. All right, I'm all set. So I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote, starting with Susan. All in favor?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Kuzinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
And Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next, we have a motion to amend the 2021 Narragansett beach fees, changing weekday parking to $10 and weekend daily parking to $15. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Deb.
So
Okay.
Jessica, for clarification, the last council, it didn't happen, but they instituted a $20.
Right.
But,
Yep,
right,
so-
and now, and the motion is for 10 for the weekdays and 15 for the weekends?
So currently, going back to last season, parking was $10 during the week and $15 on the weekends for non-residents or for anyone without a parking pass. In October, that was raised to $20 all the time, weekend or weekday. So that would be a doubling the fee during the week, and it would be a 33% increase on the weekend. This proposal is to just go back to what it was last year. So it's not decreasing, it's just going back to what we were last season.
So it's the 10 and 15. It's the
Right,
10
that's what-
during the week and 15 on the weekends.
Correct. So it's not increasing over last year.
Okay.
So can I ask a question? So just to be clear, this is for anybody who doesn't have a parking pass. So it could be a resident or it could be somebody from out of town, right?
Right.
Okay, and the out of town guests can only use the west parking lot? Is that correct? During the period before 5 o'clock or whatever?
That
Is
is
that
what
correct?
was, that is what we are currently at. That's right.
And we aren't changing that, right?
Not in this proposal, no.
Okay, okay, so just wanted to make sure.
Right.
I guess the other question I would ask is, do we use the west parking lot as overflow for residents or it mixes or no? Okay. Thank you, Steve. All right. That's all I wanted to know.
Yep. And then again, so this has nothing to do with the 5 to 8, just pricing for anyone who doesn't have a season parking pass. So residents or non-residents.
Okay.
All right. Patrick or Eva, any comments?
Go ahead, Eva.
You're muted right now, Eva.
You can go, Patrick. You can go, Patrick.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm a ladies first type of guy, but I will go. Yeah, I mean, okay. I don't think it's a bridge too far to have $20 parking. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure, but isn't it $50 to illegally park in Narragansett now? Didn't that go up to 50? It was 35. It was 35, but didn't it go to 50?
We might have, yeah, it looks like we did raise
I
that.
think it's gonna kick in at some point, but so, I mean, I $20 a park, that's, to me, it's very reasonable. I mean, we can't do both financially, I believe. I mean, because of the unknowns that are gonna present themselves next summer. So I'm good with the $20 parking all the time. It's $20 bill. Not that much. You're taking a day out of work. You better have $20 in your pocket.
Don't you need $20 plus the fee to get on the beach?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So you got 4 people in that car, so you're gonna be paying,
And if they can't cough up $4, if they can't cough up $20 between them, then they're not getting on the beach anyways. So, I mean, I just don't think it's, you know, if you're down here for the day, $20 for a car is not too much to ask, you know. No, not at all.
Steve, when was the last time, sorry, just jumping in. When was the last time the parking went up?
I'd have to check, but I believe it was 2009, 2010.
There we go.
I think I recall it being a long time.
what did it go from to, do you know?
I'd have to check. I'm not in my
No,
office.
that's okay, that's okay, that's okay.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, hold on. I might be able to, no.
Well, he's looking. Don't get me wrong. All right. I'd rather see $50 to park and free to get on the beach. As a libertarian, I think ocean access should be free, but that ship has sailed many years ago. So
I'd have to get back to you on that. It's been kind of a while. My sheet doesn't go back that
Okay,
far.
because I think I remember when it was being reviewed that it was like I remember when I reviewed it, it was a long time frame from you know that it was ever raised.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right. So a couple thoughts before we go to the public. You know, this is kind of, to me, very similar to the daily walk-on fee, where it's not so much about being against raising the price, it's being against an extreme raise. 100% increase to me is hard to justify in anything. To me, it seems like price gouging. It would be if that was milk or bread that was being increased at a store when you have an emergency. Where's the data? What is this being based on? There's no explanation on why it has to be doubled. And if it hasn't been raised in 10 years, why is it not tied to the cost of living increase? So you're at $10, raise it 2.5% per year. That's not going to double the price over 10 years.
Actually.
And you know, no, it's not. 2% of $10, even compiled, is not even close.
Right.
So what's the justification of having weekend and weekday the same? So these recommendations came without explanation on how you got to these numbers, what study was done, what data was pulled together. That wasn't there. That does not exist as far as I know, because it wasn't provided to the council. And if we're talking about, you know, these times, COVID times, we just had businesses get destroyed last season. So now we're going into a second season where you're going to deter people from coming to the town and parking and going to the beach or going to shops. So at what point does our concern for the business come into play? And, you know, we can talk about that next motion, because I think that is related there as well. You know, maybe we could compromise on this one too. I'd be open to that. I just think the $20 increase, I can't see a justification for doubling the price of anything, to be honest. Steve,
Your
go ahead.
motions for 10 in the week and 15 on weekends, I think that's good. I could agree to that, what you have for the 10 and 15.
Steve, you could go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion then? Just make it 50, make it easier for the beach operations if it was just a flat 15, 7 days a week then.
Second. Thank you, Councilman Steve.
Why is that? What's easier about that?
Well, that way it's a flat $15 fee 7 days a week instead of 10 and 15.
That makes sense. And you just have to buy one sign. It says $15. You're saving money already. You're saving money already.
All right, let's
I
go to
can,
the
I
public.
can agree to that. I can agree to that.
Let's go to the public and take some comment. Who do we have first, Caleb?
First is Mary.
Mary, please state your full name and address.
Mary Nato, 10 Second Street. I agree with the 10 and 15 as a maximum. I don't think you should go to 20. I agree this is COVID times and we really should take it easy on the cost to the public trying to go to the beach. A beach is usually a reasonable place for people to go to with their families and enjoy it. And I would like us to keep the price as low as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Tracy.
Tracy, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Tracy Cuneo, 9 Essex Drive, Westerly, Rhode Island, shop owner at Shades. Again, the reason I'm part of this and wanting to listen is I'm one of the closest retail establishments to the beach. So I have a lot of beachcombers coming in and out of my shop. And I feel, after being a resident also for 20, 25 years, I hear what you're saying, Jesse, and I think that was exactly what I was going to comment on, is that where is the data for the parking? If it wasn't directly tied, like Stephen Wright mentioned, to payroll or a guard chair and the costs that go involved with running the operations, and this was more of, hey, we haven't raised it in a while, let's raise parking, and there's no real cost or business reason to do it, then and because of COVID, and because that extra $5 could be that what would prevent someone from going to buy an ice cream cone or going to get some candy over at the pier, or just doing something with their family, going down to Monahan's and maybe getting some chowder. I think that compromise of at least maintaining where you were last year makes sense. And I think that it would just be an unnecessary burden if there isn't a business reason, again, speaking from a business perspective, an expense that's exactly tied to it, other than just, hey, it's $15 a day or going up to 20, it hasn't been a while. Just doesn't sound like solid rationale. That's all I wanted to comment on.
Great comments, Tracy. Great comments.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Catherine Celebrate.
All right, Catherine, full name and address, please.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I just want to make sure that it's crystal clear that this paid parking only applies to the west lot. There won't be any paid daily or weekly or weekend parking for the north or south lots. Those two lots would still be reserved for residents.
During the day, we're not making any changes to the policy. Yep, so it's going to still be just the lot.
Just the change in fee we're talking about.
Correct.
Here.
That's
Okay.
right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Caleb, anyone else?
Next is Steve Brophy.
Steve, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Steve Brophy, 93 Indian Trail South in Wakefield, Rhode Island.
All right,
And,
go ahead.
Thank you for giving me a minute to speak. My wife and I own Brickley's Ice Cream. You've heard from us before.
Right.
And I certainly appreciate the conversation this evening about moderating some of the prices and the policies. I won't get into the long detail, but I will just say that we did feel the difference in business the first year they changed some policies. But on this particular issue relative to daily parking pricing, the only suggestion I might have that I think might make some sense is to go to a $10 per day during the week, with the $20, although I'd love to see it lower, but $20 on the weekends. So incent people to come down Monday through Friday, kind of like the ski resorts do. You pay less during the week and you pay more on the weekends during the peak times. Get more folks to come down Monday through Friday, and maybe they go to the State Beach on Saturday or Sunday, or they don't go at all. And we leave more room for the residents on Saturday and Sunday when the beaches are busiest anyway. So this is just my 2 cents on this issue.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Caleb, anyone left?
Al Alba is next.
Al, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Al Albert, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I think with the COVID situation and also a lot of our local businesses are hurting. You know, people have money and, you know, they have X amount of dollars to allocate. So if we're going to be giving a little bit more money to the beach, they're probably going to be taking the money from our local stores at the Pier Marketplace and elsewhere. And they got to survive. You know, this has been tough times due to COVID. So I would think for this 1 year, you know, maybe next year we could think about, you know, if the economic situation changes, then yes, let's go up, you know, a certain percentage, which is reasonable. But I think this year here, I think it'd be best just to keep the parking prices the same. We don't want to have, you know, then some people might make a decision, you know, we might not be able to park over here, and they might park illegally. Then they're going to get a ticket from the police. Then it's going to make an awful day. Then they're going to get hit with $50 fee, you know, and it could make a taxing day, literally and figuratively, for some of these families. So that's my 2 cents, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. Caleb, looks like one more person.
Yes, Casey Montanari.
Casey, please state your full name and address.
Casey Montanari, 21 Checkerberry Trail.
All right, go ahead.
I'm here as a Narragansett resident and a business owner. I've raised and lowered my hand multiple times during this discussion because I think Tracy and Steve said it really well. For every dollar that we increase the fees or the parking, it's a dollar less that a family has to spend at a local business. And this year, last year too, it's really hard for all of our businesses are struggling. There's not really anyone making it. We're losing, some weeks I'm losing thousands of dollars a week. And we really need that money that we have coming in the summer. And if we're trying to increase our fees, it's going to be less money that people do have to spend. One of the things I was going to point out is very similar to what Steve said, in some type of a compromise with keeping the fee the same during the week and increasing it on the weekends. I think everything he said there was right. So that's why my hand went back up, just because I wanted to kind of say, I agree with what they're doing. And just on a different note, you guys are a breath of fresh air. It's really nice to have you all working together and watch the dynamics and really feel like we have a town council again that listens to the people. So thank you.
Still early in the term yet. Just stand by.
Patrick.
Thank you, Casey. Caleb, who do we have next?
Brian Klezak.
Brian, please state your full name and address.
Brian Klezak, address 8 Wilson Drive, Narragansett, Kleczek. I think because of COVID, I honestly think the fees should be lowered to less than $10 because it's not just residents that are struggling, it's tourists that are struggling. So my thought is lower it. That way more money can go to the businesses in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. All right. Is that it, Caleb?
No one else.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're just going to go around for a last round of comment. Susan, any comments?
I mean, I feel comfortable with the 10 during the weekdays and the 15. I did like Steve's, 20 to lighten the beach activity for the residents, but it just seemed like a lot. So I could do the 10 and 15 or the 10 and 20, I guess, for a compromise.
I move we amend this portion of agenda 14 to $10 during the week, $20 during the weekend. I think Steve Brose's solution kind of lessen the impact on the beach and the town on the weekends by upping the parking to $20. So that's, I think we should amend this to reflect that. So we're 10 and 20, if anybody's on board, or a second, even 1 second.
Was there a second?
I'll second it. Yeah, I think that's
a good compromise.
All right. So for the amendment, or any discussion on the amendment?
So it's a 10 and 15, but I'll go with the 10 and 20. I prefer the 10 and 15, but I could vote for the 10 and 20 because I can see how that could help too. I'm worried about having that that extra money, as Tracy said, it, you know, in the pockets of the people to spend money in the town. It's only, but
Well,
Yeah, I have a real problem with that too. I think, you know, if we keep it to 10 and 15 for this year, we don't know what's going to happen with COVID. We don't know, you know, how that's going to impact people's pocketbooks. We could certainly raise it up to 10 and 20 next year if that's what we needed to do, if that's what we
Right.
wanted to do and needed to do. I think that we should, you know, I think what we have here is a reasonable compromise from what was and what was changed. For this year, I'd be very wary of going all the way, going to 20 even on the weekends.
thanks, Deb. Well said.
Yeah,
'Cause
I agree with
I'm on the fence.
well,
Just
you know, COVID, you know, the vaccines are coming out. People are going to get out more, but they still are hesitant to jump on a plane and fly somewhere. Or, I mean, they're going to travel, and if they travel, they're going to travel locally. They're going to drive down to Narragansett instead of, you know, zipping up to New Hampshire. You know, they're going to be spreading out, but not as far as they normally do on a vacation, you know, scenario. So, you know,
I'd rather do the 10 and 15 with
have
you,
people
Deb.
come during the week. Okay? And during the weekend, let's not have that many, you know, as much people come. I think that's a great compromise.
Well,
Do the
guy-
10 and 15 this year, and like Deb said, next year, if we have to do it, we can do the 10 and 20.
All right,
That was
well-
the motion.
So we have the amendment for Patrick. We have to act either approve or reject or deny this amendment. But there is a hand up. It's a new motion. So Caleb, could you allow Tracy to speak?
Tracy's live.
Thank you.
Tracy-
Oh, thanks. I just really wanted to say one last thing is again, many people only have the weekends off. They can't do anything during the week. And they have kids and they have to take care of their kids during the week, and they look forward to Saturdays and Sundays. And that will just be enough to say, oh my gosh, I just can't even get to the beach. And I live in Rhode Island. We're talking about our fellow Rhode Islanders coming to share our town. We are ambassadors for the state. We're ambassadors for all of South County. And it just to not give an experience to people, it breaks my heart actually to see that go to 20. That's all I'd want to add to that.
Thank you, Tracy. Caleb, who do we have next?
Paul Zonfrillo.
Paul, please state your full name and address.
Paul Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. You know, to the person who spoke earlier, Gail Scowcroft, we just can't give away the beach. I mean, all this happy talk about ambassadors and other people in other parts of the state. I mean, you know, I don't go to the beach very much, but there's only so many people that the beach can hold. And, you know, it's shocking that the businesses are saying, hey, Town of Narragansett, supplement our business, give us money by reducing your fees, which it's actually not shocking. It's kind of par for the course. I mean, when we were talking about the library, you all say, listen to the experts, right? And you listen to them, you approve another $300,000. Don't even bat an eye. You're putting Steve, who knows this business like the back of his hand, you're putting him on the griddle here, kind of putting him on the spot, completely ignoring his recommendation and the way he's gonna have to live with your decisions. And I think he's been pretty gracious about it, because you talk about percentages of increases. It's what the market will bear. It's what is going to preserve the beach for future generations. That extra money in the fund balances, that's in case there's a catastrophic event. I mean, these decisions, you guys are saying Steve's decisions are not data-driven. You're not making a data-driven decision at all. And, you know, and this is the thing, right? The burden is going to come back on the residents, ultimately. The burden's going to come back in the form of overcrowding and eventually probably to have to reach into our pocket. I would just you're knocking down Steve's advice. He's done this forever. I think you should take his advice on this one and the other one. What you guys always say, listen to the experts, right? Your expert's right there and he knows what he's telling you. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Paul. Who do we have next, Caleb?
Next is Ellen.
Ellen, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Ellen Bloomer, 94 Marine Drive, Narragansett. I know in October, Steve and the committee presented a budget based on a lot of data. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
And I know that non-residents are not able to park in all the parking lots, so that's a lot of revenue that's lost. And to the other point, there's many beaches in Rhode Island, in Narragansett, that non-Narragansett residents can go to. So it doesn't have to be the town beach that I've been to many times in 2019, 2018, where I thought it was overcrowded and unsafe. And I count on our lifeguards for when I'm swimming. And if they're distracted by people that are on the beach and not in the water, it's an unsafe environment. So I think $20 on the weekend is reasonable. I don't know if he can maintain his budget if he doesn't get the funds that he rolled out in, October of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Marta.
Marta,
Hi,
please. Full name and
Marta
address.
Durrett, Durette, and I'm at 29 Thayer Ave in Narragansett. And I just wanted to make a comment about, this is my first meeting here, but we're not the only beach in Rhode Island. And I personally came here because of this beach and built a home here because of this beach. And many times I haven't been able to get on the beach. I've had to go to the state beaches, which is fine, and they're fine. But we're talking about, this is, when we talk about the fees for people getting in, and we talk about the fees for parking, this is not the only beach in Rhode Island. There are many, many beaches and some beautiful state beaches. So I feel like what this town wants to do with this beach, they should be able to. Thank you.
All right, Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Alicia.
Alicia, please state your full name and address.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, this is Alicia Vignelli Henry, 660 Point Judith Road. I just wanted to make a really quick comment that, what Tracy said, that these are our brothers and sisters and fellow people in Rhode Island that we're talking about, that it's not only the people who aren't residents of Narragansett who have fallen on hard times or have had all of the things in their lives, the prices increase, that's people right here in Narragansett. So when people are saying that we can't give our beach away, who are we talking about? We're not giving the beach away if people are really worried that they're not going to be able to enjoy themselves this summer because of $5. Because that's a lot of money when everything in your life has gone up. So I understand the people are thinking, how can we move forward with how things are working? But I think that this is just not the year to put another increase on a family unless it's absolutely, absolutely necessary. So that's all I wanted to say. And my daughter is yelling, so that I had to make it quick, but thank you so much.
Thanks, Alicia. All right, is that it, Caleb?
Al Alba.
Did he speak already, or was that on the original motion?
Nope.
He has, okay.
Original.
Yeah, it might be the original. We'll go with the honor system here. Al, please say your full name and address.
Yes, Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I just echo what that last lady said. You know what I'm saying? We got to be, we got to think of our fellow people. And a lot of the people who have to work 5 days a week, they're not going to be able to come down to get that discount. So if you're a millionaire, you could come down on the weekdays and even save weekdays and save money. But if you're a hardworking person working a 12-hour day, Monday through Friday, you come in and you got to work on Saturday, come on Saturday and Sunday, they're going to get hit. I think let's table it for next year and consider it next year. But with COVID and everything else, I think we can let it stay the course for this year as it was last year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Al. Okay. It looks like that is it. Tracy spoke on the amendment already. So we're on the amendment. I do want to say one thing before we vote on the amendment. When it comes to the enterprise fund, so we can say that that's for emergencies, and that is there for capital projects, can be used in emergencies as well. However, there's another place we get money for emergencies, and that's from FEMA. And when we get that money from FEMA, we get it because we're a public beach. And the more we go on the record in these public meetings and talk about the motive for our changes are to reduce access, the less likely we are to qualify for FEMA funding in the future. So I think we need to be very aware of what we're doing with the town beach. It is a public beach. If you're a resident here, it doesn't make it your private beach. We do things to make it more convenient for you, to make it less expensive because you live here, but it's a public beach and we should encourage access to that beach in general because it's a natural resource. Just because you decide to move here doesn't make it your own private beach. So I'm sorry about being direct with that, but that's how I feel about it. So on the amendment, why don't we go ahead and take the vote?
Yeah, just want to say one thing after that talk. Yeah, but there's also a safety issue, you know? I mean, the pier gets congested on those hot summer days. And on the weekend, if it's $15 parking or $20 parking, I don't think it's going to make a big difference. It may turn somebody to keep driving to another beach or not coming down in the first place, but I really don't think $20, $10 during the week, $20 during the weekend. I think it's a fair compromise. I don't think it's going to, you know, put anybody into a tailspin financially. So.
I think it's funny. This is your motion, right? You,
Yeah,
Patrick.
I support it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
support it. Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't think it's a big
So
deal.
Jesse, the amended motion that Patrick has up is the 10 and the 20. So we have to vote if we want that up or down. And
Up
if
and
we,
down.
okay, and
Right.
then we go to the 10 and 15.
We go to the main motion. Yep. So this
Yeah.
is just to change an
Okay.
amendment to the price. So
Okay.
I'll call the vote.
All right, so we're voting on the 10 and 20. So I'm going to say Susan Cicilline Bonato, no. Nay.
All right, Eva.
I'm Eva Drzezinski. Aye.
All right, Deb,
Deb Kopeck, no.
Patrick,
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, no. So motion to amend fails. So back to the original.
10, 15.
So I'm going to go ahead and call the vote on the original motion. Susan,
Susan Cicilline Bonato, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
No.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-1. All right, last one. So we have a motion to amend. Sorry, let me just think about this because it's not a beach fee. A motion to amend the beach policies to remove the restriction on non-resident parking in the south, north, and cabana lots from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. during the beach season. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second?
A second.
Jesse, I'm going to ask this, Steve, can he go over this? Because I did talk to him earlier today and he really walked me through some really good information that I want to make sure everybody on the council gets from him as well tonight.
Yep.
Okay, so this is the one issue that I'd like to speak on, the beach residents, the people that use the beach on a regular basis. And I spoke to quite a number of them, not today, but in the past, and particularly this past summer. And you spoke about surveys, and the recent survey that did get out late this year, but the survey, as someone mentioned earlier, the 2020 survey, 880 people took the survey, and 83%, 713 responses were in favor of the 5 to 8 restriction of the paved lots, which would be the south lot, the north lot, and the cabana lot. And let me just give you some statistics on what I'm talking about tonight. So We issued last year 4,237 resident parking passes for the 2020 season. So that's resident parking passes. So how many parking spaces do we have at Narragansett Town Beach? We have 452 in the north lot, 246 in the south lot, 106 in the Cabana lot. So that's 804 paved parking spaces for our residents. If you add the west lot, which we also use for our employee lot, our employees take up about 50 vehicles, more or less. We can put in 182 non-residents because our residents don't park in the west lot. So if you add up all of those spaces, we have a total of 986 spaces that we can park on any given day. Also, we have the seawall, which everyone knows about, is 240 spaces. So what I advocate for the beach residents is that I believe the 5 to 8 restriction should stay in place, because I believe, and a lot of folks believe, that the beach residents, we do offer a lot of amenities. We have our lifeguards on duty this year, starting at 7:30 on weekends and holidays until 7 o'clock at night. 6 o'clock, and our restrooms are open until 7. We offer free concerts on Monday nights. We offer free movies on Wednesday nights. We have the Rhode Island Philharmonic, hopefully without COVID this year, fireworks and food trucks. With the west lot being open and most of our employees gone, we're going to be able to offer 200 parking spaces to non-residents, free from 5 to 8. That's 200 parking spaces with a parking attendant. If you add that 200 parking spaces along with the parking spaces at the seawall, there's more than enough parking for non-residents from 5 to 8, which still offers 804 spaces for our residents that have purchased 4,230 resident parking passes. They've been complaining for years that they come home after work, they want to go down and enjoy the beach that they've paid good money for a very short 100-day season. And so I've heard it for years, and because of COVID, we were able to restrict it for 5 to 8, and we heard nothing but compliments, and the survey proves it out. And so I would ask you to let us operate the beach with the restrictions in place this summer, and with a west lot with 200 spaces for non-residents in the seawall. I think there's plenty of room for non-residents to come down from 5 to 8, use the food trucks, the movie nights, and the music, and all the other amenities that we offer for free, but park in the west lot. There's nothing wrong with asking them to walk across the street and have our residents pay money to use our facilities, and part of being a resident, have them have paid parking.
Steve, you know what, I believe I agree with you on this one, and I'm going to tell you why, Jesse. That one of the things I noticed, and Steve will attest to this, I'm down there each and every day. I have lived at that beach for the last 20 years. People have been happy with that. I guess it started with COVID, but they have been happy that they're able to utilize that lot. And I was not really for this, but then when I talked to you earlier today and you talked about those couple of 100 spots, it made me feel like, okay, so there's parking for everybody. The visitors could use the west lot, and if it's 200 and the wall, I felt like then the residents and the visitors could be there. So I'm fine with it. I think for me, that works pretty well. So we're not prohibiting the visitors from coming either. So they're coming, the residents I can go home and then go back. So or the people of the beach could go on and off. So I think it's a compromise, really. I didn't realize there were 200 spots for visitors.
So, but I have a couple of questions about that. That lot was closed this past summer, right? Because of COVID.
Yes, it was closed this past summer. Yes.
So it would automatically mean that there would be, I don't really, I don't have a lot of experience with what happens after between 5 and 8 at the beach, because I live down on the south end of town. But I was curious, are the lots generally full between 5 and 8 through the summer? After 5, yeah, at that time frame?
Depends on the time, it depends on the day.
I understand for special events, because I've gone to the Philharmonic, I've been down there for special events, and I get that it's pretty crowded, but.
No, you can easily come back though. I mean, you can go home and come back and there'd be spots for the most part, I think.
So I'm just confused about why that's an issue then.
Hmm.
Well, why we couldn't open it up, or maybe we don't make it 5, maybe we make it 6.
Yeah, you could change that time to be later.
We stopped charging at 5 o'clock. So once well, you have to be at the beach every day to understand what the semantics are and the logistics of the beach operation. We stopped charging at 5 o'clock. Our lifeguards are on until 6. Our restrooms are open till 7 o'clock at night. We still have all the amenities there. And what happens is at 5 o'clock, once it's free, then in the past, all the parking lots are free, and the parking lots, there's a whole changeover at the beach. And we don't have a problem with that, is that what we experienced this year is our residents like the idea of having their parking lots available to them at a first come, first served basis versus in past years where they were jammed up. And believe me, there were some nights that just totally jammed up.
I know, I mean, I've been there when it's been totally jammed up. I understand what you're saying, but it's
not all the time though.
Yeah.
It depends. It's not all the time jammed up down there either.
So Mike, Steve, I got a question. So at 5 o'clock you stop charging, but you're only gonna let residents in from 5 to 8?
No, well, in the paved lots, everything was free starting at 5. The same thing this past year in the paved lot. So south, north, and just like it is now in the west lot, non-residents would park. So
right.
It would just be in the paved lots would be residents in the
So
west.
somebody pulls up and they're a non-resident. So you're gonna ask them for an ID?
Is what we did this past year.
Right.
If they have an out-of-state plate, they park across the street.
Right. Okay, why don't we limit it to just out-of-state people? They gotta park across the street. Would that be a compromise?
Interesting idea.
And then we'll see how it is. And if it's still, a log jam between 5 and 8, we can always go to residents only.
That does mean somebody has to check to make sure that they're residents, because not all residents have a parking pass, right?
Right.
That's right. So what we did to be user friendly is because there are some folks in town that don't have a resident pass, only between 5 and 8. If they showed us a Narragansett driver's license, we let them in.
Right.
This past year, and we would do the same this year.
Right.
You feel that those
It was very successful, and that's why again, you mentioned earlier about the survey. 83%, 713 out of 880 pointed out that they were in favor of that system.
Right.
do you think there is enough spots in that west lot to accommodate all the people that come after hours, so that we can still support the local businesses for all those who drive out? Because that was me. I grew up in Pawtucket, so I was one of those.
Spots. I mean, there's 200 spots there.
200 is
Plus
pretty
there's
good.
240 in the seawall.
Yeah, so it's 440, right? That's pretty good.
I mean, parking is parking in Narragansett. I mean, we'll be talking about parking in Narragansett forever. So that, I mean, on any given night, I can't promise you that there won't be a problem, but on the majority of nights, there'll be no problem.
Right.
I mean, it's easier for you guys. You're the people who are the gatekeepers of the parking. To just look at the plate and say, hey, you got to park over across the street.
Well, it's easier for us the way we have it set up now. If you have a Narragansett Town Beach pass, we let you in the lots.
Right. Well, I don't have a pass. Well, the only reason I have a pass, but I give it to my wife because I'm on the council, because we get a free pass. Oh, they'll probably get some emails from this one.
I have hang tags for you.
Hang me for that one. But because I drive in there every now and then, and I really don't see a big log jam, but I don't know,
It's on certain nights.
yeah. Oh, I agree. So I think if you chased off the out-of-staters would be a good start, because I don't know, when we used to go down there, we were kids. We used to meet kids from South Kingston, Charleston, and hang
Yeah,
around down there till the cops chase us off.
And I have the data to back it up. So I mean, that's
So
all I
the
can.
police
One of
chased you
the,
away?
just, I hate to keep throwing monkey wrenches into
I
things,
missed what you were saying.
but one of the things about people who come from other places, I mean, they're the ones renting, houses and stuff for the summer and whatever, and they're the guys who are spending money in Narragansett who don't live in Narragansett. So I don't know, just food for thought.
Right. All right, a couple thoughts, questions. So I just want to confirm, because we had someone spoke earlier that said that our summary was incorrect and these items were not COVID related, but I was in that meeting when we changed from 5 to 8 2 years ago, the year before, the spring of COVID. That policy, like you said, was a COVID related policy, right, Steve? Is that what you said earlier?
It was related to COVID, but was also related to overcrowding in the beach. It was twofold.
But when we passed it, we said we're going to do this to keep the crowds down for COVID.
Right, but it was for overcrowding and for COVID, yes.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, that's one of the things that happens when you have pandemics and extreme circumstances is you make these changes with the excuse of safety or, a temporary solution. And then people like them because it might make things more convenient for them personally. And then they become permanent policies and they were not supposed to be. So that's a question. When we have this policy where it's locals only or town residents only in the parking lot for 5 to 8. So I guess it's kind of obvious, but just so I'm not confused, that means we have to keep staff on, right?
Well, we have staff on anyways, because we're opening, we keep the restrooms open till 7. So we would have 4 parking lot attendants on. Yes, absolutely.
All right. So 4 parking lot attendants, but if we didn't restrict parking, we wouldn't have them.
We'd still have staff on them for we'd have security on. We'd still have for Monday nights for concerts and for Wednesday night movies. So we're still having staff on, but not for the parking lots.
Okay, so we could decrease some costs there. If we count the seawall as parking for overflow for non-residents, then that would be taking, we'd have empty parking lots. We'd have space in parking lots that could be used, but instead people are parking on the seawall, which is taking that parking away from other people. So you're losing parking in town when you have capacity in your lots. So it makes things a little bit less convenient for people that don't want to go to the beach but want to drive it to the pier. Those parking lots could be taken when they would otherwise be available. So that's just something to think about.
That's a great point though, Jesse. I never thought of it. That's a really good point.
And then my last thought is, I don't go to the beach every day. I'm not an everyday beach person, but we do go pretty often. And normally it is after 5 because the kids are in summer camp. So we like to go later and maybe have some dinner down there. When I was living closer to the pier, even when I wasn't going to the beach then, I would drive by. And honestly, I never once, except for a special occasion, like, fireworks or Philharmonic, obviously, never once had an issue getting parking after 5 ever. So I'm not saying it doesn't happen because I've heard that it does. But it seems so infrequent that to block people from Wakefield, to not allow them to park there just because of 1 or 2 nights a season where it overflows, it just seems kind of unnecessary to me. It's so I am curious, Steve, I don't know about last year because of COVID, but maybe in 2019, can you tell us definitively how many nights that parking was full after 5 o'clock?
I can't tell you how many. All I can tell you is based on the number of people that have told me and explain to our staff how they like the idea of having the lots available to them and access to the lots from 5 to 8 this past year. And that's all I can tell
Same kind
you.
of responses the year before, Steve?
Excuse me?
I said, did you get the same kind of responses the year before? Do you know? In the survey?
They
No,
never
because
done
we
it.
didn't,
They never
we
did
didn't
it.
ask that question the year before.
One thing we could think about is, if it really is a problem, is allow the non-resident parking in those lots and actually keep tabs on it this year for real. And then we'll know next season. We might say that was full, that got full half the time. And then it is a real issue, but we don't know that. So I wonder if, we kind of use this year as a study, and then make a decision next year based on that. Anyway, those are my thoughts on that. Why don't we go to the public? Who do we have first, Caleb?
Jesse, it's 11 o'clock.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
God. Oh, Lord.
All right, is there a motion to extend 15 minutes?
Sure.
Make the motion.
I'll second it.
Second by Deb. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Banana, aye.
Eva? Deb?
Kopic, aye.
Patrick?
Yeah, aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved, 5-0. All right, Caleb, who do we have? Oh, you're on mute, Caleb.
Sorry about that. First is Jessica Freeman.
Jessica, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Jessica Freeman, Freeman, and my address is 90 Woodward Ave in Narragansett. So I appreciate this conversation because I understand it's incredibly delicate to balance the needs of the business owners and the renters and the residents at the beach. But I want to just provide a little bit of color commentary. As a mom of 4 young kids and my husband works, getting to the beach during the day can sometimes be difficult. And especially during COVID times, we found it to be difficult and we found it to be crowded. So we really utilized that 5 to 8 time to be able to go to the beach. Now I understand, and that most of the lots may not be full, but I can tell you with unwavering certainty that between 5 and 8, when the beach was open to everyone to park, we have a cabana and we've been leasing a facility for the last 13 years. We could not park in our spots or get into that lot. So almost, I would say 100% of the time between 5 and 8, when it was open, the cabana lot would fill immediately. And it would fill for good reason, right? That's a great place to have dinner. It's sheltered, you can congregate. But we really felt the ability, or not the ability, to be able to use it. And so what ended up happening is, with the ability for it to be open this year, we were able to go when it wasn't crowded. We were able to enjoy family time. My husband did not have to take time off work for us to be able to come in and do that. And so I certainly understand there's a balance, but I would say to you, there are parts of the lot that absolutely do fill up. And with kids, and especially the cabana lot, that is filled at like 5:05. People are waiting to come in, and they have been for years. So I would ask you really to think about just the facilities in general, and maybe it's 2 parking lots that you allow to be all residents, and then you put one of them for non-residents. But I think there should be a compromise, because it's not being accurately reflected. That lot is always filled after 5.
Thank you. Who do we have next?
Next is Joan.
Please state your full name and address.
Joan Mulligan, 59 Bow Run. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Joan.
Okay. I think it's really interesting that all of the discussion up until this point has been about the non-residents who drive into town and how much are they going to pay to come on the beach and to park, and where are they going to eat, and what if they have $5 for a hot dog? And then Steve tells you that 4,000 resident parking passes are sold to residents. And I know from personal experience, my experience is anecdotal, but I know when I'm leaving the beach at 5 o'clock, there's somebody waiting for my parking spot. 5:05, somebody waiting. That north lot fills up immediately by 5:30. And I don't understand why you're so concerned about non-residents, but there are a lot of residents, 4,000 parking stickers, who want to come after 5 o'clock with their kids and their husband who came home from work. And they have to drive around trying to find a parking space because God forbid we ever, do anything against the non-residents. And I believe you said that the surveys, 88% of the people really like that 5 to 8 only residents. So I don't understand. Patrick says he never goes to the beach, but he seems to be an expert after 5 to 8. And I don't understand why you're so concerned about non-residents, and residents like the girl before me get shut out of parking spaces. So everybody seemed to love it last year. Didn't want to change it because why keep a good thing when it comes to the residents? Okay, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Who do we have next? Caleb.
Next is Win Hames.
Win, please state your full name and address.
Win Hames, 30 Wood Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island. A couple of things. For many years, we've never restricted the parking lots, basically the north and the south. There has been restrictions in the past on the cabana lots, and I can understand that. If the people are paying the money for the cabanas, that should be their parking lot from 5 to 8. But in all the years I've lived here, and I live almost across the street from the beach, very seldom do I see the north lot filled from 5 to 8, except maybe when the food trucks are there. South lot I see filled a lot. But we also have, for instance, the Blessing of the Fleet. The Lions Club uses those parking lots for the runners, for the vendors, and a lot of other businesses depend on that. Their customers having a place to park, and there's just not enough parking along the seawall. I think you had a great suggestion in monitoring this over this year, making a decision next year, see how full they actually do get. Very, very seldom, like I said, I go by, I see the south lot full. Yeah, that fills up right away, but by 6:30, 7 o'clock, that lot's half empty. Unless it's a 100-degree day. And like Steve has said before, it depends on the weather. But I think you got to bend a little bit to the businesses. But cabana lot, they pay for the cabanas. Go ahead and restrict that, but have some type of parking for people who want to shop, who want to eat. And you're going to have to work with the Lions Club somehow or another too. Thank you.
Thank you, Win. Caleb, who do we have next? Caleb, I think you're muted. Yep.
Next is Donna.
Great. Please state your full name and address.
Donna DiCicco, 10 Judith Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Hi, Donna, go ahead.
Hi, I'm the coordinator at the towers, and I just want to say that I really don't think that you should count those 240 spaces on the seawall as beach parking. We need those parking spaces for the businesses, the towers, the Coast Guard house, the new restaurant that's going to be down the street. To take those, to think that those are going to be beach parking spaces really puts a damper on our businesses. We need those parking spaces. So you really have to think about if after 5 o'clock, if the beach parking lots are not full, then people that want to go to the beach should be able to park somewhere there and not take up all the spots on the seawall.
Thank you,
Donna. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, who's next?
Next is Tracy.
Tracy, please state your full name and address.
Sure. Tracy Cuneo, 9 Essex Drive, Westerly, Rhode Island. I didn't mean to talk so much before. This is really what I wanted to address. I think you guys did a great job. What a great idea is going on right now. I think the idea and bringing up the seawall is really, Jesse, you brought it up first, but also the woman who works at the towers. It truly is. Those spots are really for all the activities that are going down at that other end. And I am across the street from the beach, and I went probably 5 nights a week this year because of COVID. And I rarely did see those, obviously the spots full this year. I totally agree with the woman with the cabanas to be able to not have access because those tend to go fast, to keep that for residents. Maybe you can compromise and have the south lot be open for everybody, resident, non-resident, and maybe just the north lot be for residents. Because the 200 ones in the west lot is probably not enough for non-residents to have that sense of community again, and people from our sister towns coming in to visit, like we said, Wakefield, Peacedale, Charlestown. Maybe there's a compromise there where you do 1 and 1.
Thank you, Tracy. All right. Yep.
Next is Margaret.
Margaret, please state your full name and address.
Good evening, Margaret Rogers, 68 Earls Court. Hi, everybody. I understand this is complicated. This is really hard because I just want to remind the council that every decision you make about the parking at the beach, it just doesn't impact people that live in Narragansett, that don't live in Narragansett, excuse me. It impacts those of us that pay taxes and who live here 365 days a year. For example, I believe the prior council elevated the transferable passes, which I buy, to $100 each. So I buy several, sometimes 3 of those. And in order for my out-of-state family to access the beach, they use the transferable pass. If they have the transferable pass, they cannot park, as I understand it, in the regular lot after 5 o'clock because they have an out-of-state license plate. So they have babies, they have lots of paraphernalia. You know, it's harder for them to walk across the street with all the baby paraphernalia. In other words, they can't park with their dad and I in the regular lot after 5 o'clock. So the decisions you make, it impacts those of us who have family who try to go to the beach after 5. Now, I never felt safe at the beach this year at all, before 5 or after 5. I did not feel safe. The beach was overloaded despite the tremendous work that Steve and his staff do, and it is tremendous work. I had to call the police, tragically, several times because of the amount of pot use down by the cabanas. And the kids are out of control. I don't know where they're parking or how they're accessing our beach, but it's out of control. And I'm at the point now that I probably will buy the senior citizen pass in Charlestown and I will take my family there. I think that's tragic. I love Narragansett. It's my adopted home. And I don't feel safe at the beach because of COVID, because of the out of control kids. And now I can't go there with one of my children who can't park in the lot because he or she has an out-of-state license plate. So I just ask you to please bear in mind that the decisions you make don't just impact the businesses or the people that live in other communities. They impact every single one of us who live here, who love it here, who care about it, who invest in it. We live here 365 days of the year. And every decision you make about the beach, it impacts us. So please, please choose carefully when you make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next
Actually, sorry, 1 second. We're just going to do an extension. Is there a motion to extend by 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Is there a second? Was that Deb? You're on mute, but it looked like you did.
Yes, it was me on mute saying I'll second.
All right.
My dog heard.
All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan, Cicilline Bernardo, aye.
Eva?
Aye.
Deb?
Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
I suppose.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right, we'll go back to public comment.
Next is Marta.
All right. Marta, please state your full name and address.
Marty Durrett, 29 Thayer Ave, Narragansett. I just wanted to comment about the parking in the cabanas. I do have a cabana, and I really appreciate the fact that my husband doesn't finish work until after 5 and that he is able to come down and enjoy the beach. We pay an awful lot of money for that cabana, and to think that, you know, the minute they open that cabana lot, that's the first one that fills. It is jam-packed the minute they open it. So I would appreciate it if the cabana lot could remain till 8 o'clock for the people who want to have the cabanas. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Who do we have next?
Next is Casey.
All right, Casey, please state your full name and address.
Casey Montanari, 21 Checkerberry Trail.
All right, go ahead.
I can see all sides of everyone that's spoken to this issue. With the cabanas, I think that the people that have the cabanas definitely pay good money for those, and that lot should definitely remain available only to them. I think along the lines of tonight's meeting, compromise is always big. So I do like the idea of maybe keeping one lot for residents only and then keeping the other open to the public. My business is up on Boone Street. I spoke at the meeting in October about the disastrous parking situations that occur there all the time. I talk to so many residents that actually have people that come and park in their driveways. And the parking problem is only going to get worse when people don't have a place to park. Also, I know there's some people that don't want to support businesses, but all of the businesses in the pier get a lot of their business from those people that come in from other towns from 5 to 8. I do live in the North End as well, and I know that as I drive by, very rarely do I see both lots full at night. So I think that maybe we could compromise and keep one open to the residents and one to the public.
Thank you, Casey. All right, looks like that is it. Just gonna go around for last set of comments.
I just want to defer to Steve again, because, you know, I really respect, this one's tough for me because I have heard so many people have enjoyed having it the way it is for COVID. Like the residents really like it. I know that their passes are oversold in that area, 4,000, where there's only 986 spaces. So we heard tonight a lot of compromises, maybe restricting the cabanas. We got 200 in the west for the visitors. Maybe we take one of those lots and it could be, you know, maintained for the residents and then do the other ones for visitors, because I think Donna, what she said by the towers, were clogging up over there. So I do think this is a time where we have an ability to compromise, which will help the visitors, help the congestion where the cars are in the lot, give parking to, you know, visitors as well as residents. And I'm just looking for Steve, you know, because I know he knows the operation well, and it has been well supported, the 5 to 8 for the residents. I've heard that a lot over the time that it was implemented. People generally like it because they are coming to the beach later. You know, we would all go early and leave early, but now, as that woman said, people are coming later and later. They might come 4 or 5 o'clock. So, and they're residents. And so what do you think about just that compromise that Casey and Tracy had brought up about maybe one lot open, one not? I thought that was kind of an interesting idea.
Well, let me just point out two things. First of all, when I mentioned the parking at the seawall, I never suggested that people would do that in lieu of the beach. As we all know, every single weekend and weekday, people park there to avoid parking at the beach, to avoid beach fees. So we're never going to stop that. And so the seawall has always been that place to park, and I don't think we're ever going to stop that. So I just mentioned there's those 240 spaces at the seawall, and we're going to see that. We're going to see that regardless of what happens, whether it's after hours or before hours. Having said that, yes, at this point, you know, I've always said this. We run the beach, I hope you all think, professionally, and I'm here to work for the town manager, Jim Tanny, and the town council. So whatever you decide, we will do what we're supposed to do professionally. So as a compromise, I would suggest that the cabana and north lot be resident only from 5 to 8. And then the south, and I'm telling you, people won't be happy, but the south lot and the west lot can be open to the public, and we'll see what happens. And I'm sure you're going to get complaints about that, but that's better than, better than nothing at this point.
But Steve, I think that's a good compromise. And one of the things that we had talked about and you mentioned tonight is out of those 4,000, everybody's going at different times, right? I'm leaving the beach, someone's coming on. So it's not like they're all coming at the same time. So that might be a good start to see what it looks like, to collect some data. You're right. There, some people in the South are probably not going to be happy about it if we do that. But I think it's a start to compromise. Obviously, we want businesses to do well. We want to take care of our residents. We want to support the visitors coming. It's a hard balance, right? I mean, I've gone back and forth tonight in my head a million times because people said such great things. And I was like, oh. So it's tough because Meg Rogers said it best. It's going to impact us later on down the road, the decisions we make today for the future. So
With respect to Meg and everybody, I mean, no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to please everybody. And so, I mean, you can make a decision and then someone else is impacted. So I think what we try to do is we try to do the very best for the majority of the people here. And again, it's the residents, and we've always had a balance with our non-residents, our tourists, and our visitors here. So I've never lost sight of that. However, again, we go by our surveys, the rec advisory board and others, and we try to do it professionally. And that's all I can tell you is that's what we'll do. We'll do our very best.
So I thought that motion for compromise would be good.
Yes, I would say that would be fine.
Eva, any comments?
Sorry. So before we went to public, I was going to make another compromise, but I'm fine with whatever compromise. Tonight's been a night of compromise. I think it's great that we're discussing all these things. But one of the other compromises that I was going to suggest too, just in keeping, with the resident surveys, is keeping it the same this year. Now that lot and the west lot is available, there's parking spaces there, which I wasn't aware of for after hours, and then reassessing it next year after the COVID. I mean, we've all experienced hardships with COVID, and then just being able for the residents to have that as well. So that's another option.
Can I throw out a motion to compromise and make restrictions stay at the cabana lot and the north for residents only from 5 to 8, and then the west lot?
Let's have Deb speak first. She has a comment.
Okay.
I just wanted to say one thing. I think I wrote down the numbers of parking spaces in each lot, Steve, that you mentioned before, and I was just thinking that and I know that the food trucks go to the south lot, but would it be smarter to leave the north lot open because it's bigger?
Food trucks are the north lot.
Oh, so they take up some of that space then? Because that's the biggest lot, right?
That's the biggest lot, yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking.
Deb, I agree with you. If we're going to compromise and split it up, the south lot fills up first.
Yeah.
So if that fills up first, are we making that available to non-residents? That's going to fill up, and then the non-residents aren't going to have the option because the north is going to be blocked. So if we make the north resident, you're going to get the south lot to be resident only. And then all the non-residents could go to the north lot. It's going to actually fill those two lots more evenly. Otherwise, you're going to have a full south lot and a still unfull north lot. Is that right? Is that what you're thinking, Deb?
Well, I was thinking that, but also, if I remember correctly, the north lot is like directly across from the west lot too. So if people couldn't fit it or close enough, but because you have to drive up and go around if you're coming from the south, right? So, if the north lot did fill, then they could go over to the west lot, and it's just a kind of an easier flow too. I just thought, is there something that I'm not understanding, Steve, about that?
It has the food trucks. You have to make that open to the public, right? Isn't that the whole thing about having the food trucks in the north lot?
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I was talking about, maybe I'm wrong. So the food trucks are in the north lot. So you want to keep that open to, to out-of-state people or
to somebody. Yeah.
That makes.
I would keep it. I mean, to me, that would be anybody could go there. Okay.
Steve, what do you think of that? He's a.
Yeah, I know.
I want to hear what he
I
has
might
to
not
say.
understand something, so
Yeah, that's right. So let's hear what he's got to say about that.
you're on mute, Steve.
Well, we can move the food trucks to any lot. They don't have to be in the north lot. It's just that most of the, I'm just trying to think of the use of the pavilions and how they're used.
Oh, okay.
So
So that's more intrusive for the pavilions to use the north lot, right? Because they're in between, it's in between the two pavilions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're
A
saying.
little bit easier to control the north lot than it is the south lot.
So that's a point.
We can move the food trucks to the south lot if we had to, or we could do it in the horseshoe in front of the south. We could.
Because at one time they were in the south lot, right? The food
Yes,
trucks
they
years ago. Yeah, so that.
Shows you how much I do that.
Patrick, any thoughts?
What are we talking about again? Yes, no, it seems like there's a compromise in the wind here, and soon as somebody makes a motion, I will make
I was gonna try to pull out a
All right,
motion.
go ahead, Susan. Yeah.
I was gonna try to say, keep the restrictions for the Cabana lot and the north lot, for 5 to 8 for the restrictions that are in place, and then open up the south and the west for non-residents for coming in.
All right, so an amendment.
Yeah, so I mean, Steve, can you nod on? I mean, I just want to make sure that's a good for the day-to-day operations and a compromise. And again, not everybody's going to be happy, but do you see that sort of working?
Yeah. We'll have to work with the food trucks into the south lot or in the horseshoe in front of the south pavilion somehow, but we'll work that
And
out.
then if that, I mean, that seems like a good compromise, and we'll study it, like Jesse said, and we'll work with Steve. And if it's not effective, then we'll have to come back and revisit it. That's my motion.
That's right.
All right, is there a second?
hell, second.
All right, so the amendment is to remove the non-resident restriction on the south lot and west lot. North and Cabana will still be restricted to residents only for 5 to 8. All right.
Okay.
All right, there's no public comment, or there's no one with their hand up.
Susan's leaning banana. Why?
Call the vote. Susan's aye. Go ahead, Eva.
And Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb, you're on mute.
Because the cat was yowling. Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
And again, we can always change the policy later. Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All
That
right.
was great work. Long but great.
Yes.
All right. Good. All right.
I think
So
the first day of summer is tomorrow after this discussion.
All right, let's get moving here. We'll get one motion in before we extend. Number 5 is a motion to approve the funding for and contract with NIHART to review and prepare a comprehensive report detailing the current assumptions compared to the actual pension plan experience in an amount not to exceed $19,000, and authorize the town manager to sign the contract after review by the town solicitor. Is there a
Move that
motion?
motion.
Second.
All right, second by Deb. All right, so we work with NIHART now. This is an extension. I believe it's a $2,000 increase from 3 years ago. I believe that's it. Chris could tell. Okay. So that's the backstory on that. Susan, any comments?
No, I'm good.
Eva?
No comment.
I love their reports.
They're good. Nice
Yeah.
charts, graphs.
Yeah.
Pictures and
Deb?
everything.
No
Deb?
comment. No
All
comment.
right. Patrick?
All set.
All right. Call the vote. Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 6 for Parks and Rec is a motion to approve extension, right?
Well, we
Motion
might
to
be able to
extend.
okay, do the extension. So
All
moved.
right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. For Parks and Rec, a motion to approve the request from the Narragansett Lions Club for the use of Gazebo Park for their annual Easter egg hunt to be held Saturday, March 27th, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. with a rain date of April 3rd, 2021. Is there a
I'll
motion?
move the motion.
Second.
Second by Patrick. All right, comments. Susan, any comments?
No, I'm just excited about it.
Eva?
Nice to have the bunny.
No comment.
Deb?
I just want to be sure, depending on where we are with COVID, that, I'm happy that there's a bunny, but I just want to make sure that there's social distance if we need it.
Steve, is there any information about that social distancing or any precautions for COVID?
Yeah, like everything we move forward with from now until spring and into the summer, any of these events that we put forward, if there's any COVID, if we're still in the middle of COVID, there'll be restrictions and social distancing. We'll make sure that they comply.
And the Lions Club does that as well too. I mean, they're very thorough with that.
Yes, it is 11:30.
Oh, we did. We did.
Oh, we did it already. Oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're doing a good job though.
Losing my mind here. I'm exhausted. Go on. I think we're taking a vote, right? Oh, Patrick.
No COVID this year. No COVID eggs this year. I approve. Let's go.
All right. All right. I don't have any comments. So all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Heather Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. From Community Development Department, number 7 is a motion to review and discuss the Hazard Mitigation Plan Yearly Progress Report and to receive and place on file the Hazard Mitigation Plan Yearly Progress Report. Is there a motion?
I'll move the
that
motion. Second.
Second by Susan. Comments. Susan?
All set.
Eva? Deb?
I do have one comment, and I just want to make sure there was a notation in this mitigation plan about offering free trees to residents, and I just want to make sure that they're not invasive. We don't want to have, I'm sorry, it's a big deal in my family, that we don't use invasive trees.
Okay, Mr. President, I can
Park on 'em.
address that.
That's great.
Park on 'em is a problem.
Good evening, everybody.
Boy.
That was not a question I was expecting, Deb, but
You're not married to my husband, so.
our street tree planning program is cooperative effort between the town's conservation commission and the tree warden, Steve Dano from DPW. We make sure that the trees that are purchased and planted are rural natives and are not invasive. If anything, if they're not actually natives to Rhode Island, they are reasonable transplants that have high wildlife potential, high wildlife habitat, as well as food source potential.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Very good, Deb. There you go.
I have a wide array of interests.
Thank you, Deb. Patrick?
I'm all set. All
right, I'm all set as well. All in favor?
Patrick just add tree hugger to my resume.
No, I'm fine. That's,
That's hysterical. Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Heather Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. We have number 8 from the town clerk, which is a motion to approve a holiday sales license application for Angela Pisani, doing business as Exquisite Skincare, 22A Pier Marketplace, Narragansett, Rhode Island, subject to local and state regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? Second by Eva. Any comments, starting with Susan?
No comment.
Eva?
Nope.
Deb?
No.
Patrick?
Negative.
All right, no comments from me. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Heather Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Aye, good luck.
Yep.
Good luck. Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0.
Good
Number
luck.
Number 9 is a motion to approve a miscellaneous license application for NRI Ventures LLC, doing business as Rhode Island Social, 140 Point Judith Road, Unit A5 for 2 pool tables, subject to local and state regulations. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Is there a second? Second from Eva. So this is entertainment license specifically for the pool tables. Same establishment we approved the liquor license earlier. Any comments from the council in general? All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 10 is a motion to reappoint 3 individuals to the Recreation Advisory Board. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Council President, I move we hold off on this and move it to the next meeting, just so we can get through tonight.
You want to continue?
Yeah, let's continue this.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any comments? All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Number 11 is a motion to amend the fiscal year 2022 budget adoption process. It's scheduled to move the public hearing on the school committee's budget from March 8th to March 22nd at 7 p.m. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Second by Eva. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Okay. All in favor, start.
Susan
with
Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. Then we have number 11, which is a motion to amend, number 12. A motion to appoint individuals to the Capital Reserve Committee. This
Think
is
we
a
can
quick-
move this? Think we can continue this one too? Keep
well-
those two together?
So just real quick, this is typically just the same appointees that are appointed to the school board from the town council. So if
Okay.
everyone's okay with that, we could just get it done.
Okay, all right, very good.
All right, so is there a motion?
I'll move that
Move the
motion.
motion. Second.
Second by Susan. So again, last term, it was school committee reps from the council. This term, that would be Patrick and I. So if the council agrees, is there a nomination for?
I'd like to nominate Jesse Pugh and Patrick Murray to serve on the Capital Reserve for the school side.
All right,
Second.
second by Eva. Any comments?
Good
All
luck.
right.
Yeah.
It's one meeting a year.
But it's an important one. You got this.
Great. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Banano, aye.
Eva,
Aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick,
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. All right, number 13 is a motion to appoint 2 members from the town council to serve on the negotiations team for collective bargaining with the Firefighters Local 1589, International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO, and the town of Narragansett. Is there a motion?
Yeah, is somebody gonna nominate? I'll move the
We'll
motion.
have to-
Yeah, however,
Is there a motion for this?
I just moved the motion, I guess.
Yeah. All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so this would be the council reps who would be involved in the negotiations for the labor contract for fire. I know some individuals on the council have experience with this previously. So I will start. I'm going to make one nomination and we'll see if there's a second. I'm going to nominate Susan Cicilline Banano. and Deb Kopeck. So is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, any comments?
Thank you.
No comments? Okay. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb?
Go back, aye.
Patrick?
Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. We have number 15, which is a motion to approve advertising the town solicitor position and receive proposals. Is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
Before we do the motion, so, I mean, I think if my job were on the line and it was being questioned, I would want to be able to speak on it. So I would welcome that our town solicitor give any feedback or comments about this motion.
Yeah, let's just open the motion, and then if we want, any council member can ask Mark to speak. That's totally fine. So is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
And is there a second?
A second.
All right. So this motion's open. In terms of discussion, Eva, if you want to go ahead and start, you can do that.
So I'm new to the council, and so I, when I saw this motion on the last time, I was curious why, we were putting this on. And so I did do a lot of research in terms of talking to department heads and getting feedback on Mark, and then just finding out that he never really got a performance appraisal in the 39 months that he's been here. So I just thought it would be a good opportunity for him to, just give, his opinion on the 39 months here that he served the council. Because when you do see something like this, you know that your job is on the line. And because based on my feedback, when I did my due diligence and I did interview people, comments that I got were that, he's the best town solicitor that, they've ever worked with. Just, really great comments. So that's why I'm a little confused. And I know there was a lot of pushback from the public. And believe me, I never met Mark before in my life. I didn't know him. My only experience with Mark is from the town council, and he's been responsive and helpful for any of the questions that I had. And that's the only reason that I want to be able to provide him with the opportunity to maybe just talk about like some of the things that have been said about him from previous councils or just in general, because I see comments made out there. And I again, whatever I'm only one vote of 5, and I'll support whatever vote the majority takes. But I have no skin in the game. I'm one of those people. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. We're a new council. I think I can work with anyone. I think it's important. Like I talk about consistency and continuity, and it's important to me. It may not be important to everyone else, but and in my experience, when I've worked and started new roles, and I've been told by other people, oh, don't, you shouldn't keep that person on. They're not great. And I've given people the benefit of the doubt, and they've turned out to be excellent employees. That's all I'm saying. That's the only comment I'm trying to make. And again, I think we owe the courtesy to a town solicitor who served for 39 months and hasn't had a performance appraisal. So he probably didn't know that, he was going to be considered, as being dispensable. Thank you.
Thanks, Evan. Any other comments from the council? Susan?
No, I have none.
Deb?
And just, the only thing, it's not 39 months, is it?
I think it's about 39 months.
I thought
39 months.
I think it was October of 17, whatever that works out to be.
Oh, it was 17. I thought it was 18. Okay, thank you.
Patrick?
It was like dog years on this council, with the last council anyway. Well, I think everybody knows where I stand. I believe that the legal team has, had a tough run, between the library and the defunding and the potential purchase and just the minutia surrounding the last 2 years. And, I mean, he executed the wishes of the majority of the previous council. I think he's as much cannon fodder as the rest of the town. And I thought he performed well. I mean, with the purchase and sales agreement for the library, there was a lot of issues there that were had to be resolved and were resolved because of Mark's experience. And I just think that we're just starting to turn the ship around. We're getting in the right direction, and we don't need another distraction. So I'm against this item. I think Mark has performed as the best he could under the circumstances of the last couple of years. So
Would the council be willing to, for another motion where we would just reevaluate in a year, and then this time, we would be able to provide a performance appraisal? Because anywhere I've worked, you need the feedback, and you give performance appraisals on it's part of doing business, and it's part of just that feedback loop. And I just think this is a great opportunity to do that with a new council. And just I mean, they work at our will, but if somebody's not given the feedback or a performance appraisal or feedback, then I just think it's like a missed opportunity to really move forward with our town. That's all.
I just want, this is not about, to me anyway, this motion is not specifically about Mark Davis. It's about a new council having an opportunity. And as I said the last time, I've worked with Mark and Andy. If they're a part of that process and they rise to the top and they're the best for Narragansett, they're going to be there, right? So to me, it's less about Mark's performances, but an opportunity with the new council to open it up, because we don't have a legal contract with this group right now. So I think we can look at it. If Mark interviews and people are satisfied, then we can all agree on that. So I just think it is, I know the last time we spoke about it, it was like, we talked about, talking about when new administration comes in, if you look at the state of Rhode Island, every time there's a new administration, it's an opportunity to look. Doesn't mean we're going to replace, or maybe we are, we don't know. I just think it's one of those opportunities where you get to look and see. And so I have great respect for Mark, but I think it's that small window of opportunity. So for me, as one vote, I'd like to see what the advertisements would bring and consider Mark as well. That's how I feel.
We didn't advertise for all the other municipal positions, so this is like the only one. So with the new council,
we didn't do anything about the cubulus or the probate judge Sheridan. So I mean, he's along the same department or position, and we just rubber stamp them. I think we have a new council here. We've this is our fifth, sixth meeting. I gotta count the
Patrick.
Yes.
We have to extend. We're beyond.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Make the
So
motion.
motion to extend by 15 minutes.
Second.
Is there a motion?
I'll make
move
the motion.
Is there a second? All right. We're extended. All right. Go ahead, Patrick.
We're a new council, we're working, we got a lot of things we got to do here. I think Davis and his team are willing to hang in there with us. I think we should give them an opportunity to see if we can work with them. Certain things happen that, I don't think it was so out of control here. I mean, I thought he kept us on the track, kept us moving forward. You might have not liked it, but, sometimes a council president doesn't listen to his legal advice. And it's not the council legal team's fault if they don't take the advice, the previous council president or the majority. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. let's give them a probation period and reevaluate them after 3 months or 6 months, like Everett, came up with. So I mean, I just think we got enough to do without going down this road, because this is just gonna. We got a lot to do here, and I think this is a big distraction. So I'm totally against this. And I know I'm gonna get the emails on it, but so be it. So I think that, and again, I think we go down this road. I think there's gonna be some unforeseen ramifications that will present themselves later. Maybe not 6 months from now, but maybe a year later. So I really think this is a mistake. And I think if I think Mark should have an opportunity to speak, at this time.
Yeah, Mark, if you'd like to speak, definitely.
Well, Jesse, thank you for that opportunity, and I would like to speak. But if you don't mind, I would like to speak following the public comment, even though there should be no comment about me specifically. But if you don't mind, I will take you up on your opportunity after the public comment, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yep. During public comment. That's fine. I should speak on it. I sponsored the motion, so I should definitely express why I did that. Eva, I think you make a good point. I think an evaluation is appropriate. I will say that I don't think, any of us have experience knowing what to necessarily look for in a town solicitor. You can't know that until you're in a position where you work with that person. And unless you're in local government, you're not going to work with a town solicitor. So if we do an evaluation of someone and it's just them, yeah, I think that would go well. I think that anybody who's done a good job would do well in that evaluation. But when you think about the interview process, which is a form of evaluation, and we've encouraged Mark, or at least in my motion, I encourage Mark to interview with the council. You're doing that evaluation, but you're doing it in a way that you can compare that performance to others. You can compare it to other people that you interview, and it puts it in a different light. And you're listening to other solicitors that have done this job in other towns, maybe, who have different backgrounds, and you just get a larger breadth, of experience, a larger window to kind of view this through. And to me, that sort of evaluation is more effective than just a single evaluation with who you have, because you're seeing what's out there, what other people are able to do. And it may if Mark does interview, it may put him in a better light. It might put him in not as good a light, but we don't know until we do it. So that's what I'll say about that. In terms of waiting, giving like a year or so, that's kind of tough with the council because we're only 2 years. So we're already 3 months in. You wait another year, now you're 15 months in, and it's kind of late in the term for that.
I agree.
So what else was I going to say? I guess the only other thing I'll say is I think there is a reason why this position is an appointment that's done with every new council. And that's because the new council has to make that decision for themselves if they want to keep that person or move on. And it's not just a rubber stamp to do that. And like Susan said, administrations do this kind of thing very frequently. And it's happening right now in the governor's office with those positions, with that staff. There's no way around this. It's an awkward situation. You have someone sitting right in front of you that we're critiquing. It's awkward, but we're trying to do this in the most transparent way, which is to do this publicly so the town is able to see how we're doing it, because this is a paid position. It's a position that works for the town, and I think the public should see the discussion and the process, even though it is uncomfortable. And that's unfortunate, but that's the reality of it. So.
Well, Jesse, I agree with you. I mean, I think a year out is a little much. We got 3 years, 3 months under our belt. I mean, why don't we do a 90-day extension? and reevaluate them after 6 months, and that'd be 6 months after we got elected. And then if you still feel that, you know, we need to look around for possible, a new detail here, so let's give it another 90 days. Would you be on board with that? And then in those 90 days, we can chop away. I mean, we can't keep having these 8-hour meetings here. I mean, you know, I mean, my wife likes me out of the house here, but now she's getting a little suspicious. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning now, you know? You're
Well,
gonna
you
get me
did split
divorced.
those, you split those beach items up into 3 motions, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not my fault. You piled them all up. I mean, what's it, you know, I didn't notice them till, never mind.
All right, well,
Yes, it was on there, young lady. Yes.
why don't we go ahead and go to public comment?
All right.
Mark, if you'd like to lead, you can, or you can wait until the public's spoken.
Oh, no, I'll listen to it.
Okay, Caleb, who do we have up?
First is Catherine Celebrato.
Catherine, please state your full name and address.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. About half an hour ago, I opened a bottle of wine because this is really getting tedious. But let me say this, if you're going to go down this road, and I don't know if you should or not, I'd like to see you separate out the positions, solicitor and each assistant solicitor. I think each one has to be evaluated. Not quite sure how you pay this position, but I feel that there are 3 different positions and they should be separated out and each person should be evaluated individually. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Catherine. Caleb, who's up next?
Next is Jill Alder.
Jill, please state your full name and address.
Sarasota Avenue.
Hi, Jill. Go.
Thanks, Jesse. So I have waited a long time to speak, and I've waited until a time that was purposeful, and it's now for Mark. You have a town solicitor who has done everything for this town, and this town council is so library-centric that you cannot see what Mark has done for you beyond the library. The 5 of you are so biased that you cannot take the rest of what the town has to offer. And Patrick, stop shaking your head. You know
I looked up. I didn't shake.
You shook your head. And by the way, great article in the paper about you last week in the Narragansett Times.
Yeah, that's part of your team too.
Mark Davis is the best counsel we've had in this town. And what you guys want to do him tonight is reprehensible. I mean, I can't even believe it. You have not even asked the town staff how they work with Mark and what they need to have Mark work for them for the benefit of this town. You guys care about the library and Lori Kelly and her husband. That's it. I don't know. I'd say this town. That's all.
Thank you, Jill. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Sue Moroso.
Sue, please state your full name and address.
Hi, Sue Maruso, West Bay Drive. It's regrettable that this once again is held off so late tonight. Jesse and Sue, I agree with you that there should be a review and it should include other people. It's just not uncommon to, change town solicitors. I mean, it has nothing to do with Mark. No one's questioning integrity, honesty. It's just a job performance thing. And if you don't have something to compare to, then, it's just, you're just evaluating that one person. And town solicitors, it's a 2-year contract. And that's why it's a 2-year contract, because needs of a community change. And a town solicitor should just not work for the town council or the town departments. You're supposed to be representing all the interests of the town. And, I'm kind of disappointed with the person before just saying that all you should think about is the library, because I don't really think that's true. I'm just thinking of the lawsuits that the town has had in the past. And I wish that maybe perhaps we had a stronger town solicitor that could have done something to persuade the town council that these were not wise avenues to go down, because we lost many. And one case in particular that I think we could have used better legal representation on was the pension case that made the paper, and, you know, that involved a person whose retirement benefits and stuff like that. And I think if the letter of the law had been followed more exactly, perhaps things could have turned out differently. Because one, I think the problems with that case is they said that there were all these procedural things. So to me, that's a legal procedural thing. So I just think that it's a new town council. It's not uncommon to do. And I think you should just put out a feeler and then look at everyone, including Mark. And if that's who you decide to think, oh no, we're happy with what we have, I think you should do it. And I don't think you should put it off. I don't think this should be something, and I just don't think you should say, oh, we got too much to do, let's just stick with him. I mean, it's work. These meetings are very tedious. I think you guys are doing an excellent job, but I just think that it's something that should be looked at objectively. So that's my feeling. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Is there a motion to do our final 15-minute extension?
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline, Banano, aye.
Eva?
Liz Rosinski, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick? Muted. What do you vote?
Oh, I don't think I
No?
can read much more.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 4-1. Caleb, who do we have next?
Next is Michael Riley.
Michael, please state your full name and address.
I'm sorry, Michael G. Riley, 25 Wildfield Farm Road, Narragansett.
All right, go ahead, Michael.
I have deep feelings about this. I have been lied to by this solicitor. I have been abused by his lack of information and false statements. But additionally, there have been 2 court judge admonishments that I'm aware of in Narragansett in the last decade. And they both happened with this solicitor and that last town council. One in the case that was just mentioned with Jill Lawler and Mark Davis teaming up to have all kinds of criticism from the judge about the case with Matthew Riley. That was something that the entire town agrees upon, but we screwed up procedurally and legally as a double team from Lawler and Davis. That was huge, and on its own should be reason for dismissal. Secondly, we tried to sell town property behind closed doors in secret without advertising it. And when questioned why, and we had to come up with several initiations to try to correct what was going on with this illegal sale, in his court filings, Mark Davis said the town council has no fiduciary responsibility to represent the taxpayers of this town. That's his written opinion. Now, if the 2 of you, Patrick and Eva, think that that's okay, then I'm very concerned. Our town solicitor should believe that all of you have a fiduciary responsibility to the town as a principle and as a fact. So I'm very much against this. I have many other, I personally put a bid in to try to buy the Belmont market when the TC3 and Mark Davis wanted to sell it. I was told I couldn't even participate in the bid unless I put up a good faith deposit. Only later did I find out that Muda didn't have to do that. Is everyone okay with different rules for different people? I'm not. So these are my words. Thank you very much. Please, I believe in good government, so I don't want to boot them out the door this second, but a review is certainly in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, who do we have next?
Al Alba.
Al, please state your full name and address.
Yes, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882. I have a real estate license and I know about a fiduciary relationship myself. And I know Mark is an extremely, extremely bright man. I went to school with him. He's one of the brightest in our class. So it kind of took me off guard when I saw these negotiations that seemed like they were behind closed doors. And hopefully maybe Mark can explain himself down the road. But when you see these behind the scenes dealings, and when you don't see an up-to-date assessment being done, when you don't see a property advertised on the open market so that everyone will have a free chance, especially being a town piece of property with a, I'm sure it wasn't an exclusive right to sell. I'm sure this town didn't give him that authorization. Let's give the town council an exclusive right to sell, which could basically, if Muda decided to go through with it, and if we didn't have these court proceedings to stop it from going through, we might have lost, a lot of money on the deal. So it just is puzzling to me why we proceeded in that way. And, some people might say, well, he's following the majority of the council. Well, that to me, that's not an excuse. I mean, you could have 5 corrupt council people, and that doesn't tell that you have a town solicitor to say right from wrong. You got to say, hey, you guys are all wrong. You 3 are all wrong. We can't proceed in this fashion. So all lawyers are skilled brokers. They're skilled in real estate. They're experts in that area. In fact, they don't even have to go for their real estate license. They're automatically vested in that by getting their legal degree. So, but we're going to give Mark time to talk, so hopefully he'll be able to clarify some of my concerns. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Al. It doesn't look like anyone else is there. So Mark, the floor is yours if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Jesse. Interesting commentary. Always enlightening. For purposes of expediting this, I am going to actually read my notes so that we can get through this quickly. And so I'm going to be looking down or looking at my notes, and I don't want anyone to suggest that somebody is feeding me information. So I do appreciate the opportunity to finally get some comments on the record. It's often difficult sitting here listening to information that may not always be correct. I am not a town councilor. I wasn't elected. I don't get to vote, and I don't get to tell you how to vote. My job is to give you legal advice. And if you're crossing the line, it is my job to advise you. Tonight, I just want to be clear. I'm speaking for myself. I am not speaking on behalf of Assistant Solicitors Berg or Marcella. So here are my notes. We just had an example of it. There's a small subset of library supporters led by Lori Kelly's husband, Mike Riley, that I refer to as the Library Special Interest Group. The Library Special Interest Group has proven its willingness to take any and all actions it deems necessary to achieve its goals. So having achieved its top priorities, the Library Special Interest Group has moved on to its next objective, to remove me from the position of solicitor. This objective is clearly stated by recent statements, and now you just heard an oral statement circulated by Mike Riley. Here's a quote that he spreads all over the place. Solicitor Mark Davis needs to go, end quote. And another quote, Mannix is gone, now Davis must go, end quote. So to ensure this objective is achieved, Mike Riley has established a number of talking points. all of the talking points that I have seen are absolute lies. They're not untruths. They're not misleading. They're lies. So these talking points or lies are then incorporated into numerous writings from the library special interest group members and then sent to town council members and posted online. I'm going to give you some examples of the lies followed by the actual truth. Lie. Davis had backroom deals with Carlos Muta. The truth is, the only interaction I had with Carlos were at the lawful direction of the town council. Lie. Davis failed to require an appraisal on the proposed Carlos purchase of the Belmont building, and he failed to require a business plan. The truth is, I don't have any authority to require an appraisal or to require a business plan. The issues of appraisals and the business plan were raised many times in executive session, lawfully conducted executive sessions, often by Patrick Murray. The majority of the town council members lawfully decided to proceed with the information they had. I don't have the authority to overrule their lawful decision. Lie. Davis is not prepared at town council meetings. He doesn't even swear people in. Terry Donovan has to do his job. Well, the truth is, I am prepared. I don't know what questions will be asked in advance. And when I don't know an answer, I don't fabricate one. I do the research and I report back timely. As far as swearing people in, if anyone took the short amount of time to research the matter, they would know that any notary republic in the state of Rhode Island could swear people in. Further, it's customary at a town public hearing for the stenographer to swear people in. I do it because the stenographers we use prefer that I do it. And with regard to Terry doing my job, I would just suggest that you all speak to Terry, as I have, and she will confirm that she does her job and I do my job. Davis is not present. Here's another lie. Davis is not present at half the town council meetings and he receives a bonus, and he received a bonus this year. The truth is, I've been the solicitor for approximately 39 months. During that time, I've missed 2 meetings. I don't receive any benefits from the town, and I didn't receive any bonus. In addition to the lies advanced by Lori Kelly's husband and the library special interest group, town council members have given several reasons for considering not reappointing me and advertising the position. The reasons include: it's customary for a new council to explore and consider new people for the solicitor position before reappointing the solicitor. Well, in the past 30 years or so, there have only been a handful of solicitors in Narragansett. Mark McSally was a solicitor for more than 25 years. There is no evidence to suggest that the solicitor position was advertised or other people considered during his tenure. Certainly, the solicitor was not advertised. The solicitor position was not advertised every time a new council was sworn in during Mark's tenure. After more than a quarter of a century in that position, Mark was replaced by Dawson Hodgins. Dawson resigned and was replaced by Patrick O'Neill. Patrick resigned to become a judge and was replaced by me. So for the past 30 years, it has not been customary for new town councils to advertise the solicitor position. Reason number 2, the important positions such as the solicitor are not intended to be automatic or jobs for decades. Mark McSally held the position for more than 25 years. This town council appointed 2 judges during the first town council meeting without exploring other options. One of the judges has been there more than 25 years and the other more than a decade. Reason number 3, it's important that town council members do their homework to ensure that the most qualified people are appointed to important roles. This town council reappointed judges without considering if there were more qualified people who wanted the job. This town council removed 2 people that were appointed to the library board of trustees by the previous town council without even speaking to those 2 individuals. They were removed on the opinions of the library special interest group. To make matters worse, they were replaced with 2 individuals that had served on the board for years. No one else was even given the opportunity to interview for those positions. To be clear, the town council has the absolute right and authority to appoint the solicitor of their choice. However, in my opinion, selecting a solicitor for political reasons is bad precedent, setting bad precedent for the town. I was sworn in as solicitor in 2017 at the infamous town council meeting held at the high school where Patrick Murray cast the deciding vote against the purchase of the Belmont condominium. I have served ever since, much of that time in an adversary environment. Now, people like to tell me what my job is. I like to go to the charter. So in Article 12 of the town charter, it defines what the solicitor's duties are. And the pertinent part of the description is this: the town solicitor shall be the attorney for the town and legal advisor to the manager, the council, and all other departments and agencies of the town, exclusive of the school committee, and shall direct the work of the assistant town solicitors. I spend the vast majority of my time advising the town manager and the department heads. So having served diligently for 39 months, I think it's only fair that I receive a performance review before the position is advertised. How can you possibly make an informed decision without hearing directly from my primary clients? My primary clients are the town manager and the department heads. Now, you can interview and they will tell you what they're going to do for the town manager and the department heads, but I have done it for 39 months. So are you going to believe somebody who gives you a story during an interview, or are you going to believe the department heads and the manager? Section 42-46-5, subsection A1 of the Open Meetings Act provides that a person that is the subject of a job performance discussion can require that discussion to be held at an open meeting. Pursuant to the OMA, I am requesting that my performance review be held at an open meeting. I don't think it's a lot to ask after 39 months of service, good service, that I have a performance review where the department heads, my primary clients, the department heads and the manager can speak. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I would look forward to your decision.
Thank you, Mark. All right. We're not going back to public comment, or we're not going to do Mike Riley. He already spoke. So,
Can I ask Mark a question?
Yeah.
Mark, did you ever ask the council that was before us for a performance evaluation?
I never asked them. They weren't suggesting that I be replaced, and they would generally consistently tell me that they were, pleased with the performance. And that not necessarily directly, they would speak to the town manager. If I were given the opportunity to have a review, I would not only ask this town manager, but the colonel of the state police, who's the town manager, who I think would give you a candid response. And I don't know, I haven't spoke to Chris Bagnelli and Steve Wright about this. My gut is that they're satisfied because I generally do whatever they ask me to do in a timely fashion, whether it's at night or on weekend. But I don't know. But I have never received negative feedback other than, Jesse not being thrilled with some of the advice that I've given. Again, it's advice. I don't get to make decisions. I don't necessarily like the way my advice is interpreted or executed, but it's legal. So that's what I have to say about prior reviews.
I only asked that question because I think everybody does deserve to be reviewed, but I think it's, of the 39 months, I've been, in a position to do a performance review for like 12 weeks. So that's, that's also difficult. I just want to make that point. That's equally difficult.
Well, I would beg to differ with you, Deb. It would be, I think it's difficult for you to make an assessment yourself because you and I haven't had a lot of dealings. Right. But my primary clients, where 90% of my time is spent, is the town manager and the department heads. And I think it would be very easy to speak to the town manager and the department heads and get a feel for things.
And I can do that, but I would also make the case that probably some significant percentage of the people who you who you were responsible.
Is Deb frozen for everybody?
Yes.
All right. We actually need to extend this. Is there a motion to extend 15 minutes?
I'll make a motion to extend 15 minutes.
Eva, did you second that?
Yeah, I was making the motion, but I'm going to second it now.
All right. All in favor to extend, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Eva Jasinski, aye.
Deb still frozen. Patrick? You're on mute.
Deb, sometimes if you go out and come back in, it might work.
Aye.
If you can get out of it.
Just you, aye. Motion approved to extend 5-0 or 4-0 with one abstention, I guess. Are there any other comments while we see if I know Deb was in the middle of commenting. Susan, did you have any comments?
No, I'm all set with my comments.
Patrick? You're still
You're
muted.
on mute, Patrick.
It's a perfect opportunity, for us. Let's do another 90 days. That will give us all 6 months with the team, our legal team, and we can evaluate in the later part of May.
Can you make that motion? Because I'll second it.
I'd like to make a motion that we evaluate our legal team and separate each member and reevaluate them at the second meeting in May. I need a second, sorry.
Let me just
That's my motion.
let me just see if Deb's getting back on here.
Yeah, it said if she goes out and comes back in.
You can always call
My
in.
system just kicked me out. She said it kicked her out. She didn't go out.
I'm going to give this a second. It's not really fair to vote without, she was in this conversation, in this motion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't we just wait 30 seconds? And if she's not back on, then we will do, I think, a motion to continue. I don't think we should vote on any other actions while she's out.
No.
Well, you want to go to 16 while she's trying to get back in?
Can we do that?
I guess we could, right?
Yes. Why don't we put this on hold to go to motion number 16, which is a motion to adopt a resolution of recognition and appreciation for the Murray Family Charitable Foundation.
I'll move that motion.
I'll second.
All right, second by Susan. Any comments from the council, starting with Susan?
Excuse me, Jesse. She said she lost her internet connection.
Oh, no.
Tell her to call in. Call in.
Yeah, she can call in over the phone. Just a regular dial-in.
You can borrow Stanley's phone.
Any comment, Eva?
No comment.
No comments. Patrick?
Yeah, well, I'd like to say he's in the Murray Wood pile, but that's a whole different family. And I want to thank him for his support for the library and the town as a whole.
Ditto. Thank you, Terry. Excellent. We love you.
Yeah, so this item was something that we had put on last term. We weren't able to get this resolution approved, so it's back on now. I do think that the timing of that matching contribution was really pretty huge in terms of kind of keeping the momentum going on this project, and also letting people see now the financial support that the project has in town, and also that maybe the project isn't going to cost as much as some people are saying when it comes down to it, because there is a lot of potential for contributions and overall funding. So glad that we have it on here. We're going to go ahead and take the vote, starting with Susan. Actually, wait, sorry, Susan, there are some hands up. Caleb, who do we have up?
Michael Riley was first, although he raised his hand back during the previous item.
All right, Michael, this is for the Murray Foundation resolution and not the last item. So if you want to speak about this item, go ahead. All right. It looks like his hands. Mike, you have to unmute. But again, this is just for the Murray Foundation.
Hi, I took my hand down.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next person.
Next is Catherine Celebrato.
Catherine, full name and address, please.
Catherine Celebrato, 48 Earls Court. I'm going to say the same thing I said last time that this came up. A resolution is a piece of paper. Can you imagine how many resolutions Mr. Murray has? And I'd rather you did something a little bit more substantial. I don't even know what, to tell you the truth. Maybe a plaque or something, just something that's a little bit more substantial than, you know, a piece of paper with a seal on it, that type of thing. I just think maybe you need to put your, thinking caps on and come up with something better than just a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Who do we have next?
Next is Laura Kelly.
Lori, full name and address, please.
Lori Kelly, 444 Ocean Road. I just want to thank the council for putting this up and this resolution forward. It is really critical to the entire town and to the fundraising that we did have Terry Murray on board, that he came forward at such a critical time, overwhelming support, which he happened to really get a lot of publicity for, and it's carrying forward to this day. And I think it is really, really important that we take the moment and thank people when they do go out and help us with time and also with money, but also just their support, which we have had in this community. And thank you for this resolution.
All right. Thank you, Lori. Okay. I did see Deb in the list.
I'm here. I'm in.
Oh, here.
Yep.
My entire system went down. I'm sorry. I apologize.
She's back in.
I was going to limit you to 3 minutes anyway, since you were All right.
I
can do
tried,
it in
Deb,
10
I
seconds.
tried.
All right, so
back.
Deb, we're on the Murray Foundation resolution. We skipped ahead. We don't want to vote without you on the other item.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
are there any do you have any comments on this item?
Just that it's long overdue.
All right. All in favor, starting with Susan?
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Jensky, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick?
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Aye.
Jesse Pugh, aye. Motion approved 5-0. And now we are going to go back to number 15. We're just going to jump back into that. So Deb, I know you were actually in the middle of speaking when you got bumped out. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think I was just saying that I was done and then everything just blew up. So I don't know what that means, but.
And there was I believe there was an amendment by Patrick.
Yes, I'd like to amend that, propose that we, do an evaluation. It'll be 6 months, the second meeting in May. They can reevaluate our legal team and, split them into 3 groups there, just like agenda item 14. And reevaluate then each councilman, new or previous or current, can reevaluate, and they had a 6-month window. They can talk to the department heads, community, and get the real facts, not based on something that may or may not happen in the executive session, or some of these assumptions over this emotional roller coaster we've been on, called the whole library amusement park. So I think this is important. We'll keep our direction moving forward with no distractions for 3 months. We'll reevaluate then, and then take another look with real evidence. Thank you.
And I second that because I think it's a good compromise, and we've been really great about compromise tonight, and I think we should just use this as a compromise.
All right, any comments from the council on this amendment? No? All right, there is a hand up. It's an amendment, so we will take comments. Please keep it to 3 minutes.
Michael Riley.
Can
Michael,
you hear me?
we can hear you. Before you speak, we're just going to do another extension. So 1 second, please. Is there a motion to extend 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion to extend the meeting.
And is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline Bonanno, aye.
Eva?
Linsky, aye.
Deb?
Deb Kopek, aye.
Patrick?
I don't know if I want to. Yes, I.
All right, Jesse Pugh, I approve 5-0. Michael, go ahead.
Just a question and maybe a suggestion. If you decide for whatever on this amendment to go 90 days forward, I would request that the executive sessions that took place for all of the MUDA hearings with Counselor Mark Davis be unsealed. There's no reason that they should be sealed. And then we could have more information with which we can review Mark Davis's performance. Right now, we've been left completely in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so this is the motion is an amendment to, I guess it would be to not advertise the position now and to wait until May and do a performance review.
A proper,
right?
a proper performance review. Sure.
All right.
Because it will be 6 months, a little over 6 months.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and take the vote on this amendment? Starting with Susan.
So I'm gonna respectfully vote against that modification on the amendment. I'm sorry, Mark, it has nothing to do with you. It has to do about the openness. So Susan Cicilline Bonanno, nay.
Eva?
Linsky, aye.
Deb?
This is difficult because I am a firm believer in job performance reviews. And it's unfortunate that these processes weren't followed in the past, and sort of inappropriate that they weren't followed in the past. I think I'm going to have to say aye.
All right, Patrick?
Patrick Murray, aye. Thank you, Deb. See, I told you we can agree. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Jesse, no. Motion approved 3-2.
Oh God, I just froze again.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
What is going on?
Just so you know, we can hear you, Deb.
Well, yeah, we can hear you. You're frozen, but we can still hear your voice.
If you can hear us, wave.
I can hear you now.
No, there she is. There she is.
Well, you're not waving. So. There she is. She can
I don't have any energy.
Oh, there she goes.
All right, so we approved an amendment. It doesn't seem like it makes sense to approve the main motion at this point because it's so different.
Well, you can amend that to be at the second meeting in May, if you want to, or just wait and then put it back on. No. But this will give a 6-month window.
All right, so we approved a motion to do a review in May.
Second meeting in May, correct.
All right, so I guess that's an
That's it.
amendment. So I guess that's it, right?
Correct.
All right. That is done. And is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move that
Second.
motion.
Second.
All right. All in favor, starting with Susan.
Susan Cicilline, Bonanno, aye.
Eva,
Eva Drzezinski, aye.
Deb,
Deb Kopeck, aye.
Patrick.
I have never been sure of anything more than in my life than ending this meeting.
Jesse, I motion approved 5-0. Thank you all for
Nice
hanging.
job, Janet.
Good
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night,
you,
everyone.
Janet.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.